12 and we have a higher ed. We've got to treat both of them different. But when it comes to protesters, we got to make sure we treat all of them the same. Send them to jail. Free speech is great, but hate, free speech is not what we need in these universities. Free speech is great, but free speech is not what we need in these universities.
What's going on, everybody? Hope everything sounds good. Give me a thumbs up in the chat if it does. I had technical difficulties apparently the first time I tried to launch this, but today we're going to talk about the CDC director who was supposed to be confirmed. His name was Dave Weldon, and he was a huge asset to the Make America Healthy Again agenda. He had a decorated history looking into vaccine injuries, and he was not able to be confirmed. He was withdrawn by the Trump administration. We're going to talk about that. The Mahmoud Khalil situation on college campuses with anti-Semitism, and also kind of drawing the line of how people could get a green card or what type of people we're going to allow to be here. I have a lot to say about that, but I wanted to wait a few days to get more information in and also let tensions kind of settle down, because I think this is a very hot button topic. And on that note, you know, the Israel-Palestine war and the Russia-Ukraine war is a serious war. So to anybody involved in Palestine or Israel or Russia and Ukraine, there's real lives on the line. So obviously tensions are high. And for the United States, you know, our taxpayer dollars are funding both of those wars to some extent. So, you know, we're involved whether we want to be or not. So this is just such an interesting and just really, I would say, controversial / tension-filled issue that I really want to be careful when I talk about, because it seems like tensions are so high that people are not thinking straight and just kind of lashing out at each other. So I'm going to talk about that. And then the third thing that I'm going to talk about is the Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan podcast, because I think, you know, they're considered normie podcasts to a lot of people. Tucker Carlson was a Fox News host. Joe Rogan is pretty centrist. He has all different types of people on, but it used to be just the left wing trying to cancel Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan and stop them from talking to certain people. But now it's actually a lot of conservatives and right wingers that are trying to stop people from being on the podcast. So, you know, cancel culture, although while on the surface, it may just seem right now that the conversation is about Mahmoud Khalil, to me, it's being used as a smokescreen, either purposely or not purposely. I'm not going to say it's being used on purpose, but it's a smokescreen for all the other things going on behind it. And it's just serving as like, do you agree or disagree on this? If you don't agree, you're bad. If you do agree, you're good. Meanwhile, it's a multi-layered issue. And I think that this week, I really wanted to think about what I was saying, because I'm not a huge fan of weeks like this. There's so many games and tricks being played by the elites. You almost sound crazy if you talk about it, because to some people it's Trump versus Thomas Massey. And it's just so, you know, even people in the comment section are saying stuff like pro Hamas, and, you know, it is what it is. I mean, people are obviously going to lie and slander and do exactly what I'm saying that they're going to do. But I'm going to start the podcast right now, and then I'm really going to get into it, because there's a lot for me to say on all these topics. Dreamer podcast starts now. Thank you for being here, even the people that are lying about me constantly. Appreciate you as well.
It's the Dream Rare Podcast. Welcome to the show. The way to get the news at the desk or on the road. Let's go. God is great and success in our control. The world is crazy, but we get better from obstacles. Yeah.
What's going on, everybody? I appreciate you, and this is going to really dive pretty deep. So at bare minimum, I appreciate consideration, because there's going to be people, especially on Facebook, that are just not going to consider, but I don't want to let it really drag down the energy of this podcast, because I'm going to try to have fun with it. I'm going to start with an easy topic, or it should be easy for people, but I guess it's not because of the tension and just political confusion. But we're going to start with the CDC director. There's a guy named Dave Weldon. He, for decades, he used to be in Congress, and he was talking about vaccine injuries on children. I can't even say what he was saying, because we don't live in a free society. I know they pretend like we do, but you know, I guess I would just have to exclusively podcast this to Rumble if I really wanted to talk about it. But there's a certain link between vaccines and something that starts with an A that RFK and Dave Weldon have talked about for decades. Trump even talked about it, and they're not saying it definitely causes it, but they want to look into it and try to see if it is causing it. And Dave Weldon was actually an OG of that. You could find videos of him in the 90s or the 2000s in Congress talking about looking into the links between vaccines and a situation that starts with A and ends with autism. You know, and I'm not making any claims here for the YouTube and Facebook algorithm. even outside of the YouTube and Facebook algorithm, I'm not making any claims anyway because I'm not a doctor or scientist and I haven't really studied this, but I'm trying to report the news. If you notice, these are the games that I have to play in our own country because this is the point that it's getting to. You can't even really report this or they'll accuse you of agreeing with them or something, which is to be honest, it's on brand with what's about to happen as well, because everything I'm about to tell you, I'm going to be accused not just by left wingers, but also by right wingers of things that are not true in an attempt for them to try to get me in trouble and censored, which is crazy because I expect it from the left, but the right, I also expect it from because I knew this was happening. So anyway, with the CDC guy, it's a huge loss to the Make America Healthy Again agenda. This guy seemed like one of the least sold out people I've ever seen. He was consistent for decades. He clearly wasn't a pharmaceutical shill or a deep state puppet. And that's why he was chosen for the CDC director, which was impressive from RFK and Trump, whoever made that decision. But he's not going to get in. And I don't think Trump has it in him right now to try to fight to help this guy get in. So they just took away his, they withdrew his nominee. I want to walk you through this, not just to complain, but just to kind of show you everything I'm talking about leads to something else in the sense of like, there'll be one topic and then people react a certain way and the full story is never really being told. So on this, I just posted it on Facebook and I said to my Facebook audience, I said, this is a huge loss to the Make America Healthy Again agenda. You would think most people would just be okay with it in the comment section, but of course, it's America. Everybody disagrees. It became this huge thing where people were freaking out at me in the comment section. They said, you just hate Donald Trump. What does this have to do with hating Donald Trump? I'm not even saying it's Donald Trump's fault. Like the Senate's not going to confirm this guy. I don't, it's just trying to get into the minds of people that don't think is so difficult for me, but they're like, you're just mad at Trump. What does that have to do with the CDC director story? How do you know who he is? How do you know it's going to be bad? What do you mean? How do I know? Because I read and I research and I don't just watch Fox News and believe everything that Trump does. I have a brain of my own. So I've researched Dave Weldon for a while now, and I've come to the conclusion that he's a great choice. It would be like if Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. didn't get in, and I was like, yeah, this is not ideal. And you're like, how do you know? Well, because I've done enough research to know that I want RFK there and I want Tulsi Gabbard there. And anybody, like if they replace Tulsi Gabbard with a Marco Rubio, I would personally not like it. And I would say that it's a huge blow to the Trump agenda because I would know why they were switching the two. But, even outside of the Mahmoud Khalil situation, which is way more controversial and way more tension, even for me, this is the world that I see. And I'm just going to be straightforward with you guys. Just let me see in the comment section. I just want to make sure that the, thumbs up and everything sounds good. But, because I had an audio problem beforehand. This is probably the last time I'm going to do the podcast here. I have a studio built, and it's probably the quality is going to upgrade very soon, so you're not going to have to deal with this anymore. But even a story as simple and not that crazy of a reporting that the CDC director has been withdrawn makes a bunch of right-wingers, conservatives, and to be honest, a lot of boomers just furious at me. Like it is what it is. And I'm not complaining just to vent to you guys. I'm just trying to paint a picture for you as we walk down more controversial topics of what newscasters are dealing with. And not that I'm some sort of like, oh, it feels so bad for me. It's just they're trying to destroy our career at every level. We can't do anything. It's like, unless you're one of these pages that just says everything Trump and the GOP does is right, I don't have a brain. Everybody will throw labels at you. You hate Trump. You're this, you're that. Because I do my job when it comes to the CDC director. Like, it's ridiculous. Now with the Mahmoud Khalil situation this week, and there's a lot of reasons it's important. I'm trying to figure out what's going on, and then I'm trying to have an opinion about it. But anything other than, just saying deport him, I don't want to think about it. I don't even want to look into it. Just, I think he did this, so this is what it is. I've had dozens of people on Facebook call me a Hamas supporter. I don't support Hamas. I know who funded Hamas because it's in the news. The people who actually funded Hamas don't get in trouble, but the people who are trying to do their job of journalism get in trouble. And it's like these Republican people are almost worse than the left to me now because they're trying to throw a label on me and make it stick in order to get me in trouble. Like, I do not support terrorist organizations. Your taxpayer dollars support terrorist organizations. I don't support terrorist organizations, but the United States government and our allies have literally funded terrorist organizations and propped up terrorist organizations, and all that information's out there. But I'm going to kind of pick on boomers today because they're annoying me. I'm sorry. If you like it, you're welcome. If you don't, I don't care. It's my life. It's my podcast. These people are so brain dead that they don't even care that after they told us that Al-Qaeda did 9/11, that our taxpayer dollars were funding directly or indirectly Al-Qaeda affiliated groups, where the leader of Syria right now apparently at one point was a Al-Qaeda affiliate, if he's still not. So it's like, I don't care if you like Mahmoud Khalil or not. I don't care if you want him deported or not. Like, I don't care. But if you're going to call me a pro-Hamas supporter and try to get me in trouble and try to get me to lose my job and try to get me, really, what are you trying to do if you're calling me that? Like, what do you want for me if you're lying about me with that? You guys don't even notice that your taxpayer dollars funded terrorist organizations, and people you support overseas propped up that actual organization. Like, they literally propped up Hamas, and you don't care. But you're going to call me that when I'm trying to do my job of journalism on this topic. On a personal level, no offense, I don't really care about this guy. I'm sure we disagree on some things, agree on some things, but it's like, whether he gets deported or not is personally not going to make me lose sleep at night. But I want to look into the story and see what's actually happening, not just what you're saying. Like, if you say 50 things about Mahmoud Khalil, but then I read the actual case against him and they're saying something else, what you say doesn't actually matter. It's what they're charging him for. So when I looked at the actual tweet that is showing why they're trying to deport this guy, who, by the way, whether you like him or not, whether you think he deserves to be deported or not, he has a green card, and they didn't charge him with a crime. They charged him with, according to the tweet, and, you know, it's starting to, I'm sure they're going to build more of a case around it eventually, or try to, but they said that he was aiding in a pro-Hamas protest, or aiding in pro-Hamas demonstrations. I think that was the exact word, aiding in pro-Hamas demonstrations. Okay. Here's the issue that I think Republicans are going to run into, that I warned about 5 years ago when I was talking about the anti-Semitism speech rules, but it's the same thing that happened to the left. And even if your intentions are good, or even if you mean well, if you abuse words, nobody's going to believe you eventually. Let's look at the left, right? Because this is easier for boomer brains to comprehend. If you do anything too difficult, they start drooling and freaking out at you like rabid animals. But, you know, if you go back to 5-6 years ago, let's just say 2017, 2018, the word racist held a lot of weight in the press, in public life. Like, you're a racist, you're a sexist, you're a xenophobe. People were really afraid of those words, like, including myself. Like, someone would call me right-wing, and I would be like, I'm not right-wing, because I didn't think I was at the time. Now I do. But back then, I didn't think I was right. Like, I didn't even want to be called right-wing, let alone a racist or a sexist or a xenophobe. Like, people are trying to tell Mexicans that I don't like them when it's not true. It was really scary. Democrats abused those terms so much that the next 6-7 years, nobody cares anymore. It's not that they don't care about hate. It's just that they don't believe it. It's called The Boy Who Cried Wolf. It's one of the most famous stories in modern human history. The boy who lied so many times that when a wolf actually came, nobody believed him. That's the Democrats with racism, sexism, xenophobia. They've lost the culture. They've lost the news. They've lost the podcasting. They've lost the presidency, the House, and the Senate. Democrats have lost everything because they were the boy who cried wolf. Republicans think doing this over anti-Semitism is going to lead to different results. They think, no, you don't understand anomaly. We're going to exaggerate. We're going to lie. We're going to call you a hater of a certain group when you're not. We're going to call you pro-Hamas when you're not. And then we want you to believe us when we say it about other people. We'll call you that even though you don't support that group. And if you really want to be honest, when it comes to Israel and Palestine, there are people, including a lot of Jews, by the way, who really love Palestine and really don't want Israel to do this and that. You know, there are people that believe that. Mine comes from an American perspective. Like, do I talk about, people are like, why aren't they talking about the Congo and Yemen? To be honest, it's not that I don't care. It's just that there's so many problems in my country that I'm concerned with my country. Israel should be concerned about Israel. Palestine should be concerned about Palestine. Russia and Ukraine should be concerned about each other. Americans, yeah, you could care about everybody, but I'm concerned about America. I don't think our cities are going to be rebuilt. I don't think crime's going to go down. I think that we're aiding, like in Ukraine, it's easier to talk about, sort of, not really, but it's like we're giving hundreds of billions of dollars to a regime that was once known as one of the most corrupt regimes. And Tucker Carlson had mentioned that several of his journalist friends have been threatened by the, Ukrainian government and put on kill lists and stuff. And it's like, our government is funding a group that wants to hurt journalists in America for reporting what they're allowed to report in America. Like, are you allowed to think that that's crazy, or does that make you pro-Putin? Does that make you an extreme? Like, these are the games that they're playing. Like, it's getting really crazy. I listened to Douglas McGregor on Tucker Carlson's podcast, and I listened to Martyr Made. I'll talk about it later. Martyr Made or Daryl Cooper on Joe Rogan's podcast. And personally, I enjoyed the Douglas McGregor Tucker Carlson podcast more. The Daryl Cooper one was interesting, but to be honest, I liked the other one more. Someone said, "Dude, you're a talker." Dude, that's crazy that you noticed that. It's almost like my job is to talk on a podcast. Am I going to do shorter videos very soon? Absolutely. Am I going to work on one over the weekend? Probably. That's 15 minutes. Yes, I am. Am I doing an hour-long podcast right now where I literally have to talk for an hour or else the show literally just falls flat? Yeah, good observation. Yeah, let me guess. Your IQ's got to be like 170. You're a genius. Speaking of which, when it comes to Israel and Palestine, I have to talk in circles and somewhere, at least in loops, because I need to paint the picture for everybody of what's going on. And then you have to decide, do you want to end up like Democrats where these words literally mean nothing? Or do you want to be honest about hate and hate speech and anti-Semitism so then people actually believe you? Because right now, less and less people are believing you. More and more people are disagreeing. And I called this in 2019. I literally told people this. I said, listen, if anybody's really concerned about anti-Semitism and Israel and Jewish people and all of this stuff, you should listen to what I said in 2019. Because I told people, by policing anti-Semitism, by calling everything anti-Semitic, by pushing these hate speech rules for one race, one religion, and one foreign country, it's only going to make people more suspicious, and it's only going to make people annoyed. For me personally, I've always talked from an America first perspective. I've never told Israel, you can't have that land. I've never said that. I've never said Israel doesn't have the right to exist. I don't believe that. Someone said I'm a little brat. Well, thank you for watching the Little Brat Show because, I guess you want me to make money or something. $10 super chat says, with Dems being down real bad and GOP gaining, now would be the time for Dave Smith, the brand libertarians. I got you. Sorry. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Save them till the end because I really want to focus on this. Usually I don't even look at the chat, but I have to today because my audio was messed up. And I don't want to be talking to myself with no audio. So unfortunately, I have to double task today because I had technical difficulties earlier. But with this being said, I have to explain it slowly and clearly to get to the point that I'm at, or else people can't follow and they don't understand. I've been reporting on everything since 2016. Obviously, the left got mad at me and stuff over Trump and called me all sorts of names. And in 2019, I noticed Republicans were passing hate speech laws and they were taking big donor money. And just like Thomas Massey says, the second you point it out, they start calling you anti-Semitic. So you're talking to somebody that in 2019, I had no negative feelings toward anything. I thought Israel, even now, I still think Israel has the right to exist. I don't think I, as a podcaster, get to determine what happens to Israel and Palestine, but I do think I should have a First Amendment right to have an opinion. And I do think I should say that America should cut foreign aid and not pass speech laws without being called an anti-Semite. But that's not possible. So as soon as I started doing that in 2019, even though I had a massive pro-Israel bias, I had a massive anti-Palestinian bias in 2019. I loved Israel. I believed everything that Dennis Prager told me about Palestine. I just wanted to report on stuff in America. I got called anti-Semite 100 times. I got blacklisted. I got smeared. I interviewed Vivek Ramaswamy. They called me an anti-Semite, even though we didn't even talk about Israel or anything Jewish literally at all. Still, the press ran articles saying I was an anti-Semite. I was an anti-Semite. I was an anti-Semite. So it's like calling someone racist or sexist a million times. It's like you're expecting me to believe it about other people when you've already showed me that you've called it to me 100 times. I don't support Hamas. I've shown people an article that other people have supported Hamas. Other people have funded Hamas. Other people have propped up Hamas. I have no connection to Hamas. I don't care about Hamas. I don't like Hamas. I don't care what Israel does to Hamas. I'm not protesting for Palestine. I'm just not that guy. But people keep saying that I support them. And then they're trying to say, if you support them, you don't have a First Amendment. If you support them, that's not legal. It's like you're lying about me because you don't agree with the take I have on someone else. It's like with, the George Floyd situation. To me, this is like the right-wing George Floyd, where when George Floyd happened, it's like all you had to do is just basically be like, I agree with everything left-wing protesters said. If not, they called you a racist or a fascist. And it's like tensions were so high, people were burning stuff down. And I'm not saying people are doing that now on the pro-Israel side, because they're not, but just the tension involved in like having a dissenting opinion at all, they just accuse you of everything bad ever. It's like if you even slightly disagree with me on this topic or provide any sort of nuanced take, you're complicit of the worst things in the world, and we're going to try to label you that and destroy your life. It's the same thing with this guy. It's like, I don't care about Mahmoud Khalil. I don't want people in America that don't like America. But there's so many layers to this topic that the same people that are saying he's pro-Hamas, are also calling everybody pro-Hamas that supports or at least his bare minimum is questioning it. Like someone like a Glenn Greenwald, I see the way he's covering it. Candace Owens, Lee Fang, Michael Tracy, people that I consider, pretty straight shooters. I'm not saying you have to agree with all of them, but everybody that I follow that has the best track record in journalism, like Glenn Greenwald, they're all saying that Republicans are lying about this situation. So I'm just kind of taking my time, and people are like, he said this, he said that. Did he really say that? But also, is he being charged for that? Like, you could say he said that, just like, the left could say Ben Shapiro said this. So does that mean that he shouldn't speak at a college campus because you said he said that? Or even if he said that, like, what is the lines? Let me just show you this clip real quick. And this is a Tommy Tuberville doing exactly what the left does. So while people may say, this is just about this, or this guy did this and he needs to go. Okay, let's just say I completely agree with you. This is happening more and more frequent on the right, where they're doing the same thing the left said, and they're saying hate speech is not free speech. You can't do hate speech, and that's not free speech. Listen to him. Listen to the words that he says, because I'll repeat them afterwards.
Of education. We have K through 12 and we have higher ed. We've got to treat both of them different. But when it comes to protesters, we got to make sure we treat all of them the same. Send them to jail. Free speech is great, but free speech is not what we need in these universities. Free speech is great, but free speech is not what we need in these universities.
He said free speech is great, but free speech, whatever, I forget the end of it, but it's like, free speech is good, but hate speech is not free speech, and we don't need that. It's like, it's exactly what the left says. I understand that there are bad people in this world. I understand that there are bad actors and, bad immigrants, illegal and legal immigrants. So my conversation is not in justification for someone else's life, because it's not my life. But I'm letting you know right now that this is a huge trend on the right, and it's been happening since 2019. They say, yeah, free speech is free speech, but like hate speech is too far. So then, if you're a really honest person, you have to go to I said this a million times, it's probably getting boring at this point, but you have to go to the official definition of anti-Semitism. It's the same definition. It's a global definition. The same definition in Spain is the same definition in Canada, is the same definition in Australia, is the same definition in the UK. It's the same definition in Brazil. It's the same definition that Sarah Huckabee Sanders passed. It's the same definition that Ron DeSantis passed. It's the same definition that Trump passed through executive order. It's the same definition that South Carolina was one of the first states to pass in 2018. It's the same definition of anti-Semitism. So when it comes to anti-Semitism, the right-wingers will say anti-Semitism is hate, and hate. Now they're trying to say that hate speech is, a little bit too far. And if you disagree with Israel, I mean, there are people that literally are like Palestinian, but it's like they're now making the conflation just like the left does. And they'll say, anybody that even slightly disagrees with me is an anti-Semite and is pro-Hamas. And anybody that's a pro-Hamas cannot have free speech, because that goes beyond free speech. Are you being honest about who is and isn't pro that organization? Because if you're not, and you're able to smear anybody, including someone, they probably called me that 50 times this week. If that's able to stick, even though it's 1,000% not true, in many cases, it's libel and defamation, and probably at one point worth litigation if they were to actually publish it in the press and try to do certain stuff. It's like, in no way, shape, or form do I support Hamas. Or, to be clear, even Palestine. Like, I'm not trying to support them in a war. I'm trying to do my job as an American journalist and just be honest about the situation. I don't support Russia or Ukraine, but if I come to the conclusion that Ukraine is nuts, we're funding them, and I think that Russia is not what they're saying, like, does that make me pro-Russia now? Are they able to put out, I'm American. I have nothing to do with any of these countries. I'm just trying to be honest about it. But they're using linguistic tricks in order to smear people. With people like Daryl Cooper, they're trying to call him a Nazi and a Nazi apologist because of what he's saying. It's like, if they can't call him a Nazi, which some are, they'll say he's an apologist because it's like he's apologizing for what they did. In reality, I listen to him. I'm not saying he's completely accurate or you have to agree with him, but what he's doing is he's taking an approach in history and he's trying to dive into every group and tell you what they were possibly thinking, which obviously some people are not going to like that. But everybody's exaggerating and linguistically just going further and further with things where it's becoming what the left did. Like, the left is currently saying Elon Musk is a Nazi. Bill Burr just called Elon Musk a Nazi. They've been calling Donald Trump a Nazi. They think Stephen Miller's a Nazi, and Stephen Miller's Jewish and pro-Israel, but they still call Stephen Miller a Nazi because he's right-wing. It's like the left has done this for years, and now the right is starting to do it. They're like, and they think it's going to have some sort of different effect. They're like, no. When we do it, it's different. It's going to end up the same way the left did with racist and sexist. If you look at polls right now, support for Israel is at an all-time low, even though speech policing for Israel is at an all-time high. I'm not saying causation is correlation, but the more you speech police, and you have to understand, I'm talking outside of Mahmoud Khalil. I'll talk about him again in a second. I'm talking outside of that. The more you speech police, the more people are turned off by it. The more you exaggerate and falsely smear people with labels instead of the people that actually want the label. Like, at this point, Kanye West wants the label. If you call him that, he wants it. You know what I'm saying? He's like asking for it. Everybody else, it's like they're just trying to do a podcast with Tucker Carlson or Joe Rogan, and they're being smeared with the worst labels as possible, as the left is smearing them with it. And the right thinks, no, when we smear people, it's gonna have the same effect as the left. You're gonna lose over time the point that you're trying to make, and it's already happening. You know, after the Mahmoud Khalil situation, which I want to talk about all these other things, because as far as that, I'll talk about it in a second, but this is not my only thought process. I don't, it's like, oh, it all ends here. And that's the trick that they do. It's like with Martin Luther King, sorry to make such a random comparison, but it's like Martin Luther King marched. Everyone said Martin Luther King is great. And then they passed a bunch of bills and legislation and acts on the back of Martin Luther King. And a lot of those were not good. But Martin Luther King was the figure. So it's like, if you disagree with all these things, you hate Black people and you hate MLK. You know, over time, you can see that a lot of communities are suffering because they passed these bills that were not in the benefit of Black families and Black, households and even economics, et cetera. Like, they won't teach you that in school. But if you say that, they could say you're an MLK denier. I'm not saying MLK was a bad person. I'm just saying the politicians used his movement in order to pass legislation that I have come to the conclusion, some of it was good and some of it worked, I'm sure, for some people. But overall, it's like, if you look at certain statistics of, families staying together and also economic statistics, they're not as good as they should be for such good legislation. So I'm not saying all of it was bad, and I don't want to be taken out of context, but you understand what I'm saying? They make someone a figure. So for Mahmoud Khalil right now, he's the figure of the left, and then he's the figure of the right. And while everybody's looking at Mahmoud Khalil, everybody's doing all this other stuff. I saw Daryl Cooper tweet. He's like, what if, Mahmoud Khalil was a German guy doing some some other sort of activism for Germany or more right, like far right stuff? Would the left support him? And the answer is no, they wouldn't. So do I think the left is good? No. Do I think they're not hypocrites? Of course they're hypocrites. Do I trust or believe anything that the left does? Why would I? Why would I want to align myself with anything that they're doing? Pharmaceutical mass protests for Palestine. Cool. Take the mask off. Maybe it's to hide their identity because they're scared. I don't know. But at this point, they've lost me over a lot of topics. But with that being said, it's like now the left is championing someone they wouldn't for another topic. And the right-wing Zionists are doing things that they also wouldn't do for other topics. It's like if this guy were a German guy doing far-right stuff, the left would be against them, the right-wing Zionists would be against them, and it would be moderate conservatives or just honest people of any kind that would be like, oh no, the First Amendment is this. So it's like, yeah, every group has a different reaction to every type of person, which is just, I don't know. That's just how politics is. It's like the same thing that Trump does. Like Republicans would defend it, but if Kamala did it, they'd get mad. It's like when Trump prints money, it doesn't affect the economy, but when Biden prints money, it does affect the economy. And then people like Thomas Massey just sit there and they're like, yo, whoever prints the money, the inflation's going to go up. Like that is how inflation works. It's a simplistic explanation for it. But it's like, these are the games that are being played right now. But outside of the Mahmoud Khalil situation, before I get back to it, someone said it's like WrestleMania. It absolutely is. In WWE, before I get to that, in WWE, they all know each other. They all practice together. They're all friends. I mean, some of them probably hate each other, but they're all friends for the most part. They can't go out on stage and say, we're all buddies, we're all friends. There's no show. They need a villain. They need a hero. They need a plot. And now it becomes a situation where it's like, oh, politics is almost the same exact way. When Chuck Schumer said he opposed the shutdown bill or whatever, Thomas Massey said it's all theater. He's eventually going to be on board. And Thomas Massey was right. It's like, yeah, it's a show. Like, yeah, they really don't like each other in some ways, but I would guarantee you that Trump and Chuck Schumer don't hate each other as much as you would think they would. They're just both playing their roles. It's like Chuck Schumer's a Democrat, Trump's a Republican, and Trump wants the donor money. Trump wants he wants the power. He wants his way and his party to win. And Chuck Schumer wants his party to win. But I guarantee you, if they're at a place, they're like, this is just what we do. This is our job. The same way a WWE wrestler is supposed to pretend. It's like they kind of upplay it. Like Trump likes Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom's like friends with a lot of Republicans now. These people don't hate each other. They disagree with them ideologically. But, on that note, one of the greatest theaters that I've seen recently that's hard to explain to people because it's so well done is Donald Trump, who is not a Jewish man, telling Chuck Schumer, a Jewish man, that he's actually Palestinian. This is like multi-layered theater that's so hard to even explain to people because it's like, it's brilliant theater. It's like Trump's not even Jewish. He's not ethnically Jewish. He's not religiously Jewish. Chuck Schumer is ethnically Jewish. Is he religious? I'm not sure. Maybe, maybe not. I haven't really looked into it. Chuck Schumer is pro-Israel. Chuck Schumer has gotten over $1 million, I believe, from the last time I checked. You could look it up, from AIPAC, which is a pro-Israel American committee of some sorts. Chuck Schumer wrote a book on anti-Semitism. That's how much he cares about Jewish causes. He's trying to police, hate and hate speech against Jewish people. You could say he's not a good politician or whatever. I don't care what you say about him, but he's not a Palestinian. When have you ever heard of a Palestinian who tried to pass the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act? Like, not only is Chuck Schumer pro-Israel, Chuck Schumer has passed legislation or tried to pass I believe he was the co-sponsor, if you look it up from last time I checked, of the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. He's written a book on anti-Semitism, and he's actively trying to pass legislation that polices speech around Israel. And Trump, this is brilliant Overton window moving theater. Trump's like, you're not a Jew anymore. You're a Palestinian because you're not going as far as I want to go on the topic. It's moving the Overton window. And also it's like shifting the paradigm in such a sense. I watched, there's a guy named Arnaud I'm trying to think of his name, Arnaud Baralt or something. I don't know how to pronounce it because I'm not good at French, but he's one of the richest people in the world. If you look up the top 5 richest people in the world, he's on it. It's Elon, it's Bezos, it's Zuckerberg, and it's Arnaud Baralt, or however you, I apologize for butchering it. He tweeted out and he said, Trump is doing anti-Semitism against Chuck Schumer, and it's actually worse than left-wing anti-Semitism. He said it's worse because, and I'm not saying he's right, I'm just explaining to you if you want to learn something. He said the anti-Semitism from Trump is worse than left-wing anti-Semitism because he's saying a Jewish person has to be like exactly what Trump wants them to be. And basically Trump is saying that Jewish people have to be a monolith. If you don't agree with Trump on everything that he does when it comes to Israel, he'll say you're not really a Jew, which is like, the same thing that Joe Biden did when he's like, you ain't black if you don't vote for me. Remember how mad Republicans were saying like, you ain't black if you vote for Joe Biden? They made the biggest situation over that. And is it racist? I wouldn't call it racist. It's just like he's telling black people that they should be Democrats and Trump's telling Jews that they should be Republican. And if they're not, then he'll say you're a Palestinian, which is using a different ethnicity basically in a derogatory term, or at least trying to strip Chuck Schumer of his ethnicity. that matters a lot. Like, it matters so much to Chuck Schumer that he wrote an entire book about it. And then Trump's just trying to strip his ethnicity. Do I personally care what Trump says of Chuck Schumer? Why would I care? I'm just explaining to you the theater. So it's like Trump calls him that, breaks a rule. One of his own anti-Semitism rules on the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is you can't tell or say that a Jew in America has dual loyalty to Israel. That's anti-Semitism. But then Trump is basically saying to Chuck Schumer, if you don't have dual loyalty, even though I'm not going to say he does, but he has loyalty to Israel. He supports Israel. He loves Israel. He writes books about Israel. Chuck Schumer's not anti-Israel. He's pro-Israel. Trump is a pathological liar, like he does with the COVID vaccine. He's just really good at lying because he tells the truth so much that boomers just believe him. With that being said, it's like Trump's breaking his own rules that he passes into legislation. And then the left calls him an anti-Semite. And then Trump says, no, I'm not the anti-Semite. You're the anti-Semite. This word is becoming a word that nobody pays attention to anymore because it's being so abused and misused. On that topic, let me just go over a few other things that happened outside of Mahmoud Khalil, and I'll get back to it. There was a mayor of Miami. He stripped lease funding to a cinema or a theater because they screened an Israel-Palestine movie that won an Oscar. Have I watched it? No. I don't like movies. I don't like Hollywood. It doesn't sound like something I'd be interested in. Maybe one day I'll watch it. I don't know. If it becomes this much of a controversy, maybe it's worth a watch. But in general, it's like outside of Mahmoud Khalil, that being used as a smokescreen, it's either this or that. You're either this or that. You're either this or you're Hamas. This is the only two options. The only two options. Fox News will tell you. Mark Levin will say, and then everybody on Facebook, all the boomers are like, these are the things happening in the background, right? So a mayor is now stripping a lease from somebody because they filmed, they put out a film that was probably not pro-Israel. I would guess it had a Palestinian bias, right? With that being said, a lot of the people that made the film were Jewish. They were just left-wing Jews or Jews that sympathize with Palestine, right? So here becomes, and this is all I want to talk about. People that think I'm this or that, they're projecting onto me because they think there's only two sides to be had. I'm trying to have an intelligent discussion about what's going on because these are all new presidents, right? So now I'm asking you, and I don't know the answer to it because a lease is an interesting thing to me if they work with the government, but should a mayor strip a lease from a theater for showing a movie that isn't super pro-Israel, but it was made by Jews? Do those Jews now not have the right to make a movie that's not pro-Israel, or do they not have the right to work with that theater, or that theater gets in trouble for showing it? Like, you know, would the right support this if a Ben Shapiro or a Dennis Prager film got, you know, attacked by the government and sanctioned to some extent, and then the movie theater got in trouble for working with Ben Shapiro and Dennis Prager? Like, would you support that? And if you wouldn't, why do you support this one? Is it like, and then also if you think that the mayor of Miami should pull funding or pull a lease and not allow a lease to a movie theater for a movie that was created by not all, but a lot of Jewish people about Israel that wasn't favorable, like, what's the rule? And this is what people don't understand. It's like, you can't just call me the other side. Nobody's going to believe you, but also there needs to be what is the rule? Is it just for Israel? Is it every topic that Republicans agree on? Is it Ukraine too? Because everything that the Republicans are doing for Israel, now if the Democrats do it for Ukraine, you can't really say it's that crazy. I mean, I think it would be crazy, but it's like, would you send a Russian guy back to Russia if he didn't agree with Ukraine? Like, is part of coming to America, you can't be against Ukraine publicly or too publicly. Like, you can't really write articles about it or start a protest because now, like, let's just be honest. Like, what is the rule? We don't know what the rule is because it's really right now just for Israel. But it's like, you know, how far are we going to go with this? How many leases are we going to pull? How many green card holders that didn't commit an actual crime are we going to deport? Like, where does this end or where does this start? Anyone asking for a conversation around this is being smeared as a hater, is being smeared as an anti-Semite, is being smeared as a Palestine supporter. Like, this is the world that I live in. That's all I'm wondering. And it's like, just because Republicans get mad in my comment section and I ask a question, then they just assume I'm the other side. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. Like I'm asking you, do you have proof of what he said? Did he really say that, or do you think he said that? Maybe he really said it. And then if he really said it, like, what are the limitations of free speech? It's like, if Mahmoud Khalil were a citizen, he didn't commit a crime, so there's nothing they could do. But because he has a green card, now it becomes this really interesting court issue that's going to be a president in America. With that being said, like, I've done a lot of research for a lot of years. I'm 6 years ahead on this topic. No offense, but I'm right about it. I called this in 2019 when no one cared about it. I knew that this wasn't going away, and it's not going to go in Republicans' favor because of all the speech policing they're doing. But in general, in Florida, every time I talk about the anti-Semitism rules, people, they don't know as much as me. So they're like, you don't get what he did. I know everything Ron DeSantis did because I studied it for 5 years. But in general, he hyped up a littering charge for anti-Semitism. So in Florida, they're looking for workarounds to the law because they can't just make speech illegal and they can't make a thought crime illegal. And in America, you're allowed to say, if you wanted to, you're allowed to say, I think Russia's awesome. Like, that's your American right. You're even allowed to say, I think the people America's fighting are good. You don't have to like it. You don't have to agree with it, but that is protected under the First Amendment. Unless it's not now you have to agree with every one of America's allies. And if you don't agree with America's allies, now you could be, in trouble. This is a new president. People don't understand. So it's like, they do it for people with green cards because it's it's a slippery slope. But also in Florida, DeSantis said, I can't arrest people for hate speech and thought crimes, but what I can do is I can hype up a littering charge. So DeSantis passed a bill for, Israel and one race and one religion with Randy Fine, who, I don't know if Randy Fine was involved in this bill. I know he was involved in the first anti-Semitism bill, but Randy Fine, if you look at his Twitter page, if Randy Fine were Palestinian saying what Randy Fine is saying he would call him an anti-Semite. So it's like, I'm not saying he can't say that, but it's like he freaks out at the other side for saying anything. But that guy is like he's an extreme guy. He's an extremist. I'm not saying he's an extremist working with an organization. He's just an extremely angry, passionate person for his people, which I get. But it's like he has double standards. It's like he can act extreme and say the craziest stuff on his Twitter, but if anyone else does it, that's it needs to be gone after. Okay, whatever. But DeSantis passed a new bill eventually that said if you pass out anti-Semitic flyers, it's now, I think you can get jail time and it's a felony, because although you can do anti-Semitic speech and thoughts legally, you can't litter legally. Littering is a crime, but he's hyping up charges for littering, pushing anti-Semitic propaganda. With that being said, I can't find the video now, but I remember watching it a few years ago. Ron DeSantis was telling people, if a Democrat moves to your state, make sure you put a flyer on their car and let them know that we're a Republican state and not to bring their Democrat ways to Florida. So DeSantis says, for my political propaganda, Republican propaganda, which, to be clear, I'm Republican. I agree with Ron DeSantis on most things. I'm not a flyer leaver. I don't leave flyers on people's cars, but it's like Ron DeSantis can leave a flyer pushing his political propaganda on your car, and that's fine. But if you do one that Ron DeSantis doesn't agree with, then you could be sent to prison for it. But here's the thing: it's like you could put anti-Christian propaganda on someone's car. You could put pro-Christian propaganda on someone's car. You can do anything you want in Florida when it comes to littering. Of course, you could be charged, but only one topic is a felony, or only one topic is hyped up to be a prison sentence now. It's like, do you think that's going to make people like it more? I get that he's using the power of his, administration every way possible to police anti-Semitism, but it's like, I don't know. Like, now people are going to be asking, why can you litter with your propaganda? Like, if DeSantis leaves a pro-Israel thing on your car, that's legal, right? But just not the other way around. It's like, people are going to ask these questions. And then when you ask these questions, even if you have the kindest heart, everybody's going to call you an anti-Semite, an anti-Semite, an anti-Semite. Most people I've talked to in this space, like, I don't want to get into specifics because I'm not trying to get into people's private stuff, but I know people that are pro-Israel. I know people that are pro-Israel that are constantly defending Jewish people. Like, they're pro-Israel, pro-Jewish, pro-Judaism to some extent. Like, they've only been Like if you looked at what they're posting, you'd be like, oh, they're pro-Israel. They're a great ally to the Jewish people. They've been smeared as anti-Semitic to the point where people that I know are losing hundreds of thousands of dollars in business deals because the press has smeared them as anti-Semitic, and now certain people don't want to do business with them, even though they're pro-Israel and pro-Jewish and everything that the Jewish people want, they defend. Yet because they said one thing, one time, even though it was accurate, someone took offense to it, and now they're smeared as an anti-Semite. It's costing them hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is that supposed to make people be like, yeah, let's go after the anti-Semite? It's like everyone's being smeared as an anti-Semite. Candace Owens can't travel to Australia under anti-Semitism because she talked about certain parts of history in a way that certain people did not want her to talk about. Now she's banned from Australia. Okay, Daryl Cooper. Like I listen to his podcast and he seems very thoughtful to me. Like to be honest, no disrespect to Daryl Cooper, it's not even that crazy to me, his podcast, nor do I like believe every single thing he says. It's just moderately interesting to me. And I could see why he's popular. He's not that crazy at all. Like, I don't know what to tell people, but I get that certain things he's saying are pissing off certain people because he's, in their view, minimizing what happened, and in their view, humanizing, people that they don't want to be humanized. Like, I get all those angles. I get why people would be upset. I get why people wouldn't like it. I get why people would want to debate him. And I, to be honest, I get why people are calling out. I get why people are calling out Daryl Cooper, because it seems like he doesn't want to debate other historians, which I find very weird. I like Daryl Cooper, but if you're going to talk about all this history, I think he should at some point sit down with another historian who disagrees and have a debate about it. If he won't, it's a little odd. With that being said, he might be banned from foreign countries now. Like Joe Rogan was like, you probably shouldn't travel the world. And Daryl Cooper's like, yeah, I probably shouldn't, right? And Joe Rogan's like, no, just stay in America. It's like this dude does one Tucker Carlson podcast, talks about history, and now he can't travel the world because he might be banned from other countries. Allegedly, I don't know if it's true or not, because Tulsi's DNI secretary came out and said that the reports were false. But there was consideration at some point. It could have just been to save face. There was considerations at some point in a leak that Tulsi was going to go with some guy named Daniel Davis, who has a decorated career, I believe, as a veteran. And, I'm not very familiar with him, but Jewish Insider, some media organization, smeared him as an anti-Semite. And they said he was an anti-Semite because he said that, America's making a mistake with its support of Israel and what it's doing in Gaza. And then, they're not interested in him anymore. He's not going to get the job. He's been smeared as an anti-Semite. I'm sure that will cost him a lot of business at a certain point. Okay. Kingsley Cortez, right? Or I think her last name is Wilson now. She's the deputy press secretary. I think she's right under Caroline Leavitt, potentially. I think that's her role. If you look her up, Kingsley Wilson, she's in the Trump administration. There's a vicious smear campaign from the Anti-Defamation League, a vicious smear campaign from Jewish Insider and other Jewish organizations and other non-Jewish organizations calling her an anti-Semite because she talked about Leo Frank and the history of the ADL, and she said it in an unsavory way that they're saying is false. She had mentioned abortion, how many people die of abortion, and I guess she compared it to the war, and they're saying that that's anti-Semitism. She's probably extremely pro-Israel, but, Kingsley Wilson is being viciously smeared as an anti-Semite by the media, and they're trying to get her fired from the Trump administration. Her father, Steve Cortez, in my opinion, no disrespect, Steve, but I guess this is kind of disrespectful. I think her father's a coward. Her father, I haven't seen him once. I followed him for years. He hasn't once defended his own daughter, yet he's cheering on the anti-Semitism policing on college campus. What kind of cowardly father won't even stand up for his own daughter when the media smears his own daughter as a Nazi sympathizer or an anti-Semite of some sort, and he won't even tweet in defense of his own daughter, yet he's going to be like, yay, they're policing anti-Semitism. Hey, dummy, they're calling your daughter an anti-Semite. They're trying to ruin her name. They're trying to ruin your family's name. They are smearing for generations your family, Steve Cortez. They're publishing articles smearing your family, even though you're pro-Israel, as an anti-Semite. And this coward won't even stand up for his own daughter, yet he cheers on what the Republicans are doing. Dummy, they're going to do it to you next. They're already doing it to your family. So these are the angles that I see. Everybody I know in media that's halfway honest has been smeared as an anti-Semite, including people that I know that are Jewish, that are just honest about the situation and doing borderline journalism. I've watched people say when it comes to Israel and Palestine, I've watched a lot of interviews, and I'm not making excuse for people on the left or the Palestinian side, because there's some psychopaths on that side too. But what I'm saying is, I've watched on mainstream television people stand up there and say that everybody in Palestine is Hamas. They're all Hamas. Okay, they voted in an election 20 years ago, and now they're all Hamas. So what does that mean if they're all Hamas? Does that mean you want to just get rid of them all? Okay, so, but then what about journalists who have nothing to do with them, but you're calling them Hamas too? And now you want me to say that it's a deportable offense for the U.S. State Department or whoever to deport somebody with a green card because they're leading and engaging in pro-Hamas activities. But the same people saying that are exaggerating about everything. I'm not saying you're not right about Mahmoud Khalil, but it is the boy who cried wolf situation. I've seen you do it to dozens of great people. I've seen you lie about literally everybody. And now you want me to believe that this guy did it. It's like, I'm doing all the research I can. And one thing I find very odd is that Mahmoud Khalil worked with the British government. To be honest, I find that to be the weirdest thing about the situation. It's like he worked with the British government. So I'm going to pause on really having a distinct opinion about this. Although I do think that people are lying and exaggerating. It's like, what's going on here? Because as this is going on, and that's at the forefront, it's like Ilhan Omar 5 years ago. Republicans are like, Ilhan Omar sucks. They put her on the news every day. And then they use Ilhan Omar as a prop for Republicans to pass anti-Semitism speech policing bills. Because normally if they pass it, or if Democrats pass it, Charlie Kirk will tell you about it. Charlie Kirk is the ultimate fraud, just like Ben Shapiro. But when Democrats started passing bills in 2022, 2023, the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, Charlie Kirk is like, this is appalling. I support Israel, but this is crazy. Chuck Schumer's going too far. And then Matt Walsh made a video about it, and he's like, wow, this is anti-First Amendment. This is too far. These are the same people, not Matt Walsh specifically, but Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro. These are the same people that were gatekeeping the topic in 2019. I know for a fact Charlie Kirk was working overtime for the donor class in order to make everybody think that everybody talking about the anti-Semitism hate speech laws were extremists and crazy, when he was covering it up for his donors and people who fund him. It's like Charlie Kirk is the ultimate fraud. He knows I know for a fact that he knows that Trump and DeSantis passed anti-Semitism bills in 2019. He covered it up. And then 4 years later, Charlie Kirk's trying to convince you that Democrats created this rule. It's a global law created in Bucharest in like 2016 or 2015 or 2014. It's been passed into almost every Republican state before Chuck Schumer even did anything on it. So it's like, this is the Republican Party, and this is why no one could think. They're all hypocrites. They're all liars. They all have double standards. Most of them work for donors, and their whole job is to lie to you. Their whole job is to do things and then act like the left is doing it when they're doing it, and they get paid big bucks to do it. Or at least they are in opportunities to make big bucks, and they know if they ever told the truth about this, it would be a pretty penny. Just like I said, I have friends who are pro-Israel, defend Jewish people all the time, great ally, and they've been smeared by the press as anti-Semitism, and it's cost them six-figure deals. That's the way to make everybody like this stuff. It's like, it's ridiculous. So with the Mahmoud Khalil situation, just to be clear, he had a green card. They're not charging him for a crime. And outside of everything that everybody's saying, they're charging him for leading and engaging in pro-Hamas activities, which can mean anything pro-Palestine at this point, or even anything remotely disagreeing of Israel or American Zionists. Because if you even remotely disagree with them, even if you're pro-Israel and think Israel has a right to exist, they'll still call you an anti-Semite or pro-Hamas, because they're getting emboldened by all of these bills. It's like, now they're just like, call everybody. It's like, all right, I mean, you could do that, but you have to understand it already backfired for the left to call everyone racist and sexist and exaggerate about it and call even your allies that. Yet now you think it's going to work with the word anti-Semitism, even though it's spectacularly backfiring. I don't really know what to tell people, but it's not going to work. With that being said, people are saying that he has a group that called for the destruction of Western civilization, right? This is not what he's being charged for, though. And this is all I'm trying to separate. It's like saying Ben Shapiro said something. Like, Ben Shapiro has said he wants to, he said some pretty wild stuff, right? But here's the thing. When it comes to foreign policy, I believe you're protected by the First Amendment to say some wild stuff about foreign policy. because at war, like it's a touchy subject, but it's like I believe Ben Shapiro has a First Amendment right to say some stuff that I may or may not agree with, right? But with that being said, it's like, so now you're saying that he said this, but that's not why they reference that they're sending him back. It's like I'm just trying to point out the charges. It's like there are really no charges. They're just accusing him of engaging a pro-Hamas protest or something. That's the charge. Not that he said this on his Twitter, that he runs for an organization. These are all being added on to provide ammunition to get rid of him. With that being said, personally, I don't want people in America who don't like Western civilization. It doesn't matter who they are. I don't really want them here. Just to be honest, there's a lot of people I don't want in America. I want people in America that are good for America, not people that are not good for America, right? It doesn't matter race, religion, like that's what I want. However, here's what I have to say too. It's like all the people freaking out online, right? All the midwits or all the people that are just always like 20 steps behind on every topic. They're like talking about this Western civilization bit. Here's my opinion about it. Outside of course, I don't want someone in America that doesn't like Western civilization. Western civilization is destroying itself. Western civilization is in shambles. Europe is being destroyed from within. America is being destroyed from within. Both parties have destroyed us from within. They used 9/11 as the launching pad for the Middle Eastern war, in which they lied to us and ended up funding terrorist organizations and overthrowing countries, making everything worse. America's worse. Our inflation's worse. The countries are worse. Like Syria's worse. Like the same like I don't get how people aren't understanding this. They told you Al Qaeda knocked down the Twin Towers. Everybody in America rightfully hates Al Qaeda, yet no Republicans seem to pick up on the fact that the leader in Syria right now has affiliations to Al Qaeda, and they're talking about at these European conferences to let this guy sit down. At what point do you figure out they're funding these groups? Like how do Republicans not know this? It's like they're so mad at everybody. Everybody's a terrorist. Candace Owens is a terrorist. The only people that Republicans that watch Fox News and all these boomers can't figure out is the fact that our government has funded these organizations overseas and none of these people are getting in trouble. So it's like, for me, the real story, outside of course, this is a big story because it has First Amendment precedent. The real story is the fact that Europe is destroying itself. America is destroying itself. Both parties are destroying us. Our cultures have been destroying us within. Yes, the universities have been destroying us, which is why this is the topic, but it's not revolving around how they've been destroying us. It's more revolving around Israel. But in general, it's like these are all crazy to me. So it's like, do I personally think that a guy in a college protest is, even if he's the most anti-America person in the world, do I think that he's the reason that America's like this? Do I like it's so much deeper? And I'm not saying you have to sway your opinion on it, but it's like this is why Republicans get nothing done. Like they're always like mad at the left and mad at the other side, and they just can't figure out that their own side is directly or indirectly involved in it. So it's like, it's just crazy to me because it's like, yeah, Western civilization is falling apart. Yes, I love Western civilization, but it's falling apart. Europe's falling apart. America's falling apart. Germany's falling apart. The UK is falling apart. Every one of our allies is essentially falling apart. And if you look at our foreign policy, this is why personally I enjoyed the Douglas McGregor podcast 5 times more than I enjoyed the Daryl Cooper podcast. I found Douglas McGregor way more interesting to listen to. No offense to Daryl Cooper. I'm just saying. I listened to both yesterday. I liked the Tucker podcast way more. Doug McGregor's talking about Russia and Ukraine, and he knows way more in depth about like the actual war and the fronts and stuff. Like I don't know, and I know the overarching theme, and I know a lot, but I don't know specifics. I'm not like following the war and seeing where they're moving. He knows all that stuff. From what he was saying and what I've already known, they'll say in America that you're not a patriot if you don't fund, Ukraine. Not everybody's saying that, but the neocons are saying that. The war hawks are saying that. Some Zionists are saying it. Some aren't. There's a little bit of a mixture. Trump is against it, but at the same time, a lot of people around him are for it. So the Ukraine war is a little more dicey because not everybody supports it. But for the most part, the United States establishment does support Ukraine. Trump's sharing intelligence with them. Trump's still giving them money. Like he said he was going to pause, but he isn't. We're funding Ukraine. Biden's administration funded Ukraine, whether people want to admit it or not. Trump's administration is funding Ukraine. I'm not saying that to blame Donald Trump. I'm just trying to paint the picture. We're involved with Ukraine. Am I allowed to say that I think Ukraine is wrong? Am I allowed to say that Ukraine are the same Bolsheviks that tried to kill or did kill Ukrainians and Russians in the past? Like, look up the Holodomor and look up the Bolshevik Revolution. There's a reason that those happened. You're not really allowed to explain why it happened because they'll say it's hate speech, but it's like you had this rogue communist group, rogue socialist, Marxist Leninist group when Lenin came around, take power and kill millions of Ukrainians, millions of Russians, millions of Christians, millions of Europeans, whatever you want to say. They just don't tell you why it happened because it's like the more you know about it, the less you could talk about it, because that's the world we live in now. It's like the more you know about any topic, the more you're going to get in trouble for it. So you just got to sit there with a stupid look on your face. It's gotten to the point now where it's like, I listen to podcasts, and Douglas McGregor told me a lot of stuff that I didn't know. But most podcasts I listen to, and I'm not just saying this out of ego, I'm just being honest, there's not a lot of people out there that know that much, that are interested. Like I listen to most podcasts. I'm thinking, I know more. I'm more interesting. I could do a better job. I'm more honest. And I know that sounds super egotistical and cocky, but it's like Douglas McGregor knew some things I didn't know about Ukraine. That's why I love the podcast. When I listen to Daryl Cooper, to be honest, it's like a watered down version of what I know. And it's not like he's playing it super safe. And I get what he's doing, where he's like, I have empathy for everyone. And this is my podcast. It's an interesting concept. It's just not for me, but it's like, it's interesting, I guess. But it's like he's not telling me anything I've never heard. He's not he's watering and dumbing down everything that I know. Him and Joe Rogan are talking about, like, it's just like, I don't even know why I brought this up, but I'm just saying, it's like most podcasts I listen to, like, people are just, it's just boring. It's just normie. It's boring. It's simple. It's nothing crazy, but it's like, to me, Zelensky and his funder, this is like the modern day Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks infiltrated Russia, killed a bunch of Russians and Ukrainians, and provided a rift between the two. Now it's the same exact thing. History is repeating itself. Bolshevik puppet Zelensky, probably Bolshevik funder, or at least I would consider it Bolshevik-ish. And then all of a sudden, now there's a big war starting out, and we're funding the Bolsheviks, just like in World War II, we essentially worked with the Soviets. But in general, it's just like we're funding the Bolsheviks against Russia. And what Douglas McGregor was saying, I believe is true. It makes sense to me because I know exactly what he's talking about. He's saying Russians don't want to kill Ukrainians. Like, why would they want to kill other people that are almost the same exact ethnicity of them, almost the same religion? I'm not saying you should want to hurt other people of different kinds, but it's just like the media is acting like Russia wants to do all these things, and you can't even say that it's not true, but it's almost definitely not true. It's like, this whole situation, the funding from America, the revolution, the puppet president, I believe we're on the wrong side of this war. I don't know. Like, I could dumb it down as much as possible to save face in the public. But at the end of the day, it's like, I think we've been lied to. I think we're funding the Bolsheviks, and I think they're purposely getting Europeans killed. Bolsheviks don't care if Europeans on both sides are getting killed. They're just feeding Russian-ish people. I say Russian-ish because Russians are Russians. Ukrainians are like Russian-ish. They're just feeding them all to the meat grinder, and they don't care. It's not like, if you don't have an allegiance to either side, you don't care who you feed to the meat grinder. It's like, oh, look, 2 people are dying and we're getting money. It's not a big, like, there's some sick people out there. So it's like, with that war, that's what I believe is happening. That's what I know is happening. But you can't even say that because then it's the wrong thing. So the point that I'm getting to is, like, in the United States of America, I get with green card holders and people who aren't like 100% citizens or whatever, it's like you can have more leeway to take away the rights that you think they don't have in this country. And when it comes to illegal immigrants, they don't really have rights because they're not legally even here in the first place. But what I'm trying to say is, like, it's a slippery slope where it's like, if you say, and I'm not using Khalil as like he's the only one I'm thinking about. I'm just saying, when you set this precedent, how far are they going to go with it? Because you have to understand, if you say you have to have having no allegiance to Israel is having no allegiance to America, what's going to stop Democrats from saying having no allegiance for Ukraine is having no allegiance? Now we have to deport every green card holder who isn't 100% a pro-Ukraine sycophant. And if they're not a pro-Ukraine sycophant, they can't talk at all about it. It's basically just rigging the country to be in favor of the United States war agenda. I don't believe the United States war agenda is good for America. So this is where I disagree with the people who don't understand this concept. Western civilization is destroying itself. I believe the Democrats are destroying America. I believe the Republicans are destroying America. I voted for Trump because he's better, but at the same time, I think he's moderately better and he's trying, but I don't even know if he's going to be able to accomplish what he wants to or if he even wants to in the first place. But I do prefer Trump over, Democrats, and I do prefer Republicans over Democrats. But with that being said, I still believe they're destroying America to some extent. So am I now not a patriot? Am I bad for national security? You know what I'm saying? Am I not a fan of Western civilization? I like Western civilization, but the biggest threat to Western civilization is the people running Western civilization. You know what I'm saying? Like, the biggest threat to Germany isn't Russia invading Germany. The biggest threat to Germany is the idiots they have running the country. The biggest threat to Europe is all of these European organizations that are just idiots. Like all of these European organizations have been brainwashed into hating themselves, hating their nation, hating their ethnicity. It's like they're destroying themselves. America's and the West's worst enemy can't destroy themselves as much as they're destroying themselves. I have a quote from Buddha on the wall because I like it. I don't even know if it's a real quote or not from Buddha. I got to do the research, but I like what the quote says anyway. It says, "Your own worst enemy cannot harm you as much as your own unguarded thoughts." It's a profound statement. Your own worst enemy cannot harm you as much as your own unguarded thoughts. It's the same thing with the West. Our worst enemy will not destroy the West more than ourselves. Is Mahmoud Khalil a part of that? You could say so. You can make the argument for it. And if you make a logical argument for it, then I won't even care. But if your idea is hate speech is not free speech, anybody who supports Palestine is supporting Hamas. Supporting Hamas means you support a terrorist organization. So if you support Palestine, you support a terrorist organization, you have to be anti-Semitic. What about the Jews for peace that are protesting? Like, are they anti-Semitic? I guess you could say that they hate themselves and they hate their people. But it's like, I'm watching a clip from Fox News and the lady's like, look at these anti-Semites. They hate Jews. They are Jews. Like, you don't have to agree with these Jews. You could agree with the right-wing ones, but it's like most Jewish people in America vote for the Democratic Party. Not saying it's the right idea. I don't think it is. I vote Republican, but that's what they do. A lot of, not all Jewish people, because a lot obviously like Israel, but it's like, you're going to say that the Jewish people in Trump Tower are anti-Semites? I guess you could say that, but like now nobody believes, like, you're going to say they're making Jewish people feel unsafe. They are Jewish. I guess you could also say that, like, in certain neighborhoods, black people are making other black people feel unsafe. Like, sure. Are they racist? I don't know if I'd call it racism. It's just like high crime neighborhood. Like, at what point do words not mean anything? Because nobody's just being straightforward. It's like, well, he's a supporter or a sympathizer. He's sympathizing with this, so it's a sympathizing. So that's supporting to the terrorists, and they're terrorists, and they hate the anti-Semites. And it's like, at what point do words not mean anything? Because nobody's speaking clearly. Like, let's talk about the real situation. You have a group of Jewish Palestinian protesters protesting Trump because they don't like what Israel's doing. What do they not like about Israel? Well, you could talk to them and ask them, but I don't know what to tell you. It's just like, do you want to have a conversation with them or you just want to yell at them all the time? I'm not saying they're right. It's the world we live in. And when it comes to other countries, like, this is just the reality of it. I personally, I know this is going to sound crazy, but I have sympathy towards anybody at war. I have sympathy with Israel. I have sympathy with Palestinians. I'm sorry for being a thoughtful person. My bad. I have a lot of sympathy with Ukraine, and I have a lot of sympathy with Russia. It's a horrific war. America set up Ukraine to just kill themselves. Like, how many Ukrainians have died in this war? How many Russians have died in this war? I don't know the exact numbers, but it's like people are dying, and it's really sad. And America is complicit in this, and I don't like it, but whatever. It's not whatever, but I'm just going to move on. With that being said, in Israel, everybody pretty much, I think at some point has to serve in the IDF. I'm not sure if it's still a rule. Probably at one point, it's like every adult has to serve in the IDF. Does that mean if you disagree with the IDF that every Israeli is bad? I wouldn't say so. As a thoughtful person, like, outside of my own perspective and bias, I would be like, listen, let's just say I disagree with what the IDF is doing. The same way I disagree with the U.S. military is doing. And here's another thing. Can I disagree with the U.S. military but not disagree with the IDF? I live in America. I'm American. I love our military. I love our army. I'm a patriot. I disagree with some things that our military is doing. Why am I more allowed to disagree with my own military than the IDF? That doesn't make sense. Like, what country are we? Are we the United States of America, or are we the United States of Israel? We have to figure it out, because if I'm allowed to say our military is doing messed up stuff and nobody cares anymore because it's not the George Bush era, everybody agrees with me. But then if I said that about the IDF, I'd be smeared as an anti-Semite and a Palestinian. It's like, then we don't have a country. We're a colony at this point. But with that being said, it's like everybody in Israel has to serve in the IDF at a certain point. I don't care what the IDF is doing. It's like, I don't blame everybody. That's just the way it is there. So it's like, if that's how it is in that region, then it's like, only for other countries that the United States isn't funding, we have to treat differently, right? For our allies, it's like, yeah, they all serve in the military, but but for other countries, hold it against all the people there, including the women and children that aren't even like military grade, but they're all terrorists too. It's like, that's the logic that you have to have, or else everybody yells at you. It's like, I get it, but at the same time, it's just not like, people are not going to like that. People are not going to agree with it. This is why, I would say 5-6 years ago, the word anti-Semitism held a lot of weight. Now it's holding less and less weight, and the less and less weight it holds because the right's using it like the left uses racist and sexist. The police state of Trump is trying to enforce it further and further, which is like a desperate move on their part to try to make people agree with them. But it's like, okay, I mean, you could try that, but I think it's going to backfire. Let me know what you think in the comment section. I'm going to go a little bit longer and then I'm going to wrap it up. But, just to be clear about it, I'm going to go through all the stories of the day. Then I'll see if anybody's saying anything interesting in the chats. The CDC director, Dave Weldon, was a lifelong, maybe not lifelong, but for the last 20 years, he was trying to use congressional power to look into the link between vaccines and a disease you're not allowed to ever link with vaccines, or else you'll get kicked off social media, which just proves that it can't be true. Because if YouTube bans you for even mentioning it, then obviously YouTube has to be right, of course. With that being said, he got kicked out of the CDC position. It's a huge loss for Make America Healthy Again. Boomers are so, I'm going to read the super chat in a little bit, but boomers are so delusional that me posting that makes them freak out. Like, this is, I'm gonna do my boomer. I'll read your super chat because it's gonna annoy me. I appreciate the $5, but he said the World Zionist Congress has 500 members. 29% of them currently serve in the United States Congress as delegations by the World Zionist Congress. 38% in Israel. Thank you for the super chat. I got to look up those stats. I don't know if that's true, but thank you for the super chat. I will look that up. But I'm just letting people know I read the super chat. I'm not co-signing it, not because I'm like afraid to. I don't say anything that I don't know for sure. So thanks for the chat. Let me get into my boomer rant, because they've been treating me horrifically this week for posting articles that break their programming, and they can't even process me. Like, their head is so far up Trump's anal canal that even posting that a CDC director had to withdraw, they take it as a personal attack on Trump. Boomers are responsible, largely, not all of them, but they're responsible for the fall of America. They were lazy. They didn't pay attention. They let literally the greatest country in the world slip away from them. And as they continue on here, they just feel like it's their duty to just keep destroying America and keep preventing anybody from waking up to the reality of the two parties. Because instead of looking at Trump like Trump is an inspiration and Trump is inspiring me to pay attention more, they're doing what boomers always do, which is, I'm going to export my thoughts to Trump. Trump is my Trump, and everything Trump does is Trump, and everyone that doesn't Trump is not Trump. That's their level of thinking. So even though with the CDC director post, in no way, shape, or form was I bad-mouthing Trump or even blaming Trump. I don't think it's his fault at all, to be clear. They took it as an attack on Trump because they're so stupid and they're so used to destroying America that they believe that everything that happens, Trump has a plan for. So if Senate doesn't want to confirm a CDC director because he's too good, and they want somebody that's more sold out, which is what's going to happen, the boomers can't even process it. They're so dumb, and they're so stupid, and they're so ignorant, and they're so rude, and they're so used to ruining America that they just lash out at me constantly saying, don't post news clips that say things that make my brain hurt. Like, that's what boomers do. They need content like Terrence Williams. They need content like David Harris Jr. No offense to either of them, but I like them both to some extent. I like Terrence. David is okay. I don't hate him or anything, but I just think he's an idiot. But anyway, they need content like that. That's like poopy butt, Trump butt. And then boomers are like, yay, the poopy butt, Trump. Like, they need the most simplistic, 100% Trump, 0% critical thought, 100% pro-Trump, 0% any sort of logical critical thinking skills whatsoever. That's all they can handle. Even an article, even if it's a pro-Trump article that they can't fathom, they literally lash out at you like a baby throwing his like peas off of his little baby stand or whatever those things are called. Trump is like Tinky Winky, and boomers are watching the Teletubbies. Like, Trump is their Teletubby, and anytime you say anything other than Trump, they freak out at you like a baby would freak out if you're standing in front of the screen. Like, that's how it is. It's like, hey, here's this article about the CDC director. This is a huge loss for Make America Healthy Again. It's unfortunate. They're like literal babies. That's why they call them baby boomers, because they have the brain of like a literal baby. It's like you're standing in front of the screen and the television's like Tinky Winky, or someone said Trumpy Wumpy. That was funny. Trumpy Wumpy, Dipsy. And you're like, hey, here's a critical thought. And they're like, get out of the way. Get out of the way. And they throw their peas at you like a baby. It's like, that's the equivalent. Any critical thinking skills are like vegetables at baby time for the boomers. So they've been absolutely rude to me. They've called me all sorts of names and smeared me for asking a question. Obviously, like anything around Mahmoud Khalil, they're going to freak out at you, but especially like even just a CDC director post. So yeah, that's my boomer roast of the day. They've destroyed America. They've learned nothing. They can't critically think at all. And instead of liking Trump and being inspired by Trump, they've literally just exported their brain to Donald Trump, and anything outside of that, they just can't even think about or fathom. And it's like every last breath, they need to just ruin America a little more and attack the people who are trying to help them. I've been trying to help them for 10 years. I say all this stuff. You would think that they hate me. I'm reaching 120 million people in 28 days on Facebook. I'm one of the biggest Facebook pages in the entire world. Boomers love me. Even though they hate me, it's like a love-hate relationship because they throw their peas at me because I'm in the way of their Trumpy Wumpy. But at the same time, they just can't stop watching me because they know that I'm better and more honest and more interesting than all these other like 5 IQ, pages that they watch. So it's like they yell at me, but they just won't unfollow because they're just like addicted to like the information, it's like a baby learning his first steps. Like they're like, this is scary, but at the same time, I need to learn how to ride my bike. So you would think they hate me, but they actually love me. I have 1.6 million followers, and they just can't get enough. But they're so rude to me, and it's like they're like, Anomaly, you have to agree with my exact stance on this topic, or I'm going to call you a Hamas sympathizer, pro-Hamas, and I want you to believe me about everybody I call that because I'm going to lie about you. It's like, why would I believe anything that you say? I mean, I don't have to believe you because I'll do my research on myself, but it's like these people are ridiculous. If you post anything, like literally any article that is not 1,000% pro-Israel or pro-America, like any sort of critical thought, they freak out. If I post, this happened with the left. I posted a gender meme where it had SpongeBob being like, believe all women and then like men are women or something. It was some like stupid meme. Facebook took it down and penalized my page under hate speech. So it's like for 5 years, I'm getting persecuted by the Democrats because like a simple SpongeBob joke is literally like anti-homophobia, even though it was literally just funny. It had nothing to do with like it was just a joke. And I'm getting persecuted by the left for making a homophobic or transphobic joke when it literally wasn't. I mean, like if you looked at the joke, it's not whatever. You understand what I'm saying. And now if I posted a meme of Pam Bondi like in a pawn shop and it said, someone's like, can we get the Epstein files? And she's like, best I could do is deporting you if you commit anti-Semitism. Like, it's a funny meme. Does it explain the exact scenario? No, it's a meme. It's not going to be a biological piece about her entire life. It's just a joke. But also it's a joke that has an element of truth to it. It's like she's not releasing the Epstein files and she is deporting somebody for anti-Semitism to some extent. Not everybody, but like the joke is hilarious. I posted the joke I'm getting hundreds of comments from dumb boomers being like, you're anti-Semitism, anti-Semite, anti-Semite, anti-Semite. You're a hater. You hate Jews, blah, blah. Like that's all the comments. And it's like, the left says memes are hateful. Now the right says memes are hateful. Like any meme that isn't just like Netanyahu's the greatest leader ever, Donald Trump is amazing, and the left sucks, they freak out at, and they call the meme hate speech. And it's just like, the meme is hate speech? No, other things are hate. What have I said that's hateful? What have I said? I could be a lot more hateful if I was a hateful person, but I'm not. I sympathize with Israel. I sympathize with the IDF and what they're going through as a nation. I believe they have a right to exist, and I don't believe I have a right to tell other people to exist. When it comes to Ukraine and Russia, I'm not telling Ukraine they can't fight for their liberty, and I'm not telling Russia that they have to put up with like Lindsey Graham funding the opposition in their country. What I am saying is my taxpayer dollars are funding it, so I get an opinion on it. And if you're trying to say we're going to take your money, send it overseas, and you're not allowed to talk about it, excuse my language, but fuck you. Fuck you. If you're going to take $100 billion from my country and send it to Zelensky, I'm allowed to talk about it. And with that being said, I can have an opinion about a war without telling a country that they can. Like, I'm not saying Ukraine can't do that. I just don't think it's a good idea. You understand what I'm saying? I think Ukrainians are suffering. No, I can't say that in my country now. That's pro-Putin propaganda. Okay, I guess that's the world we live in. It's not true, but that's what people want to tell me. Same thing with Israel. They take hundreds of billions of dollars, and we get anti-Semitism hate speech rules in our country for one race, one religion, in one country. And the second I mentioned that I don't agree with it from a First Amendment perspective, I've been called an anti-Semite for 6-7 years. Before October 7th, before the war really broke out even further, before Mahmoud Khalil, I've been called an anti-Semite a million times, not literally a million times, because I'm like, you know what? I don't know about all this foreign aid. That's anti-Semitism, okay? I don't know about these anti-Semitism rules that literally like Christians are supporting because they're so brainwashed, but it literally says Jesus in the anti-Semitism rules. Like they name drop Jesus in one of the examples of classic anti-Semitism. Not saying he was anti-Semitic, but they were just saying the claims that they killed Jesus is hate speech, according to them, even though it's in the Bible, but not allowed to say it is. Okay, whatever. So now I'm anti-Semitic for liking the First Amendment. Then it got to a point where I realized that Trump's biggest donors were, Zionist donors who wanted Trump to do stuff for Israel. Got called anti-Semitic a million times. Conservative mama came on my podcast and she said, "Oh, are you talking about that anti-Semitic conspiracy?" Even podcasters now use the word conspiracy theory. Her entire career, she's like literally talking about conspiracy theories and making fun of the left for using that word for a true statement. Now she's weaponizing the word anti-Semitic and conspiracy theory against me to say that it's anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, to say that the Adelson family donates money to Trump to get him to do stuff for Israel. Well, guess what? There's a clip of Donald Trump saying that on stage. He said that they were coming to the White House more than any other person besides people who work there. And every time they came, they wanted stuff for Israel. So Trump even went further. I thought they're donating to Trump. They want some things for Israel. Maybe they want some things for America. In reality, Trump said on stage, they want everything for Israel. So forget dual loyalty. It's like they're donating to Trump for Israel. But you can't say it because that's anti-Semitism. Fast forward, a movie's anti-Semitic. The mayor's cutting the funding. Now this is anti-Semitic. And, as much as people want to pretend it's just about Mahmoud Khalil, which is one of the topics, you got Tommy Tuberville. Like, isn't he embarrassed? The reason Tommy Tuberville is not embarrassed for doing this is because he gets donor money to say this. He gets rewarded for saying this. He could pass a bill that's against the First Amendment and he'll get rewarded. He'll get more speaking gigs. He'll get paid by donors. If he told the truth about this, his political career would be like Thomas Massey's, where Trump's trying to lobby against him. But listen to what he says here. Let's quote Tommy. Let's listen and quote him back of what he said here. I mean, this sounds like something that the dumbest Democrat would say about you when you talk about sexism or women making sandwiches or, there's only two genders in sports, like this is like this level of delusion of what the First Amendment says. And he's not saying what everyone else, like everyone in the comment section is like, it's this, it's that. That's what you're saying. I'm following the legislation. I'm following the bills they're passing. I'm listening to what they're saying. not what you think they're saying, because they tell you the most extreme thing on Fox News or they tell you the most extreme thing on Mark Levin to brainwash the stupid boomers into supporting a bill they wouldn't normally support. Because if they told you what it really said and they told you what they're really doing and how they're going after Thomas Massie and anybody that's loyal to America, then you wouldn't support it. So they have to lie to you in order to hype up what they think is happening. But this is what they really think. Sometimes it slips out on television because they're not that smart. And Tommy Tuberville, I'm guessing, I always liked him, but I'm guessing he's pretty stupid. After listening to this, it's like he could barely get his sentences together. He's stumbling over his words, and he says that hate speech is not free speech. What an idiot.
Of education. We have K through 12 and we have higher ed. We've got to treat both of them different. But when it comes to protesters, we got to make sure we treat all of them the same. Send them to jail. Free speech is great, but free speech is not what we need in these universities. Free speech is great, but free speech is not what we need in these universities.
Free speech is great, but free speech is not what we need at these universities. I mean, you could literally take that quote and give it to the blue-haired liberal trying to stop Ben Shapiro. Why are you trying to stop Ben Shapiro? Well, because free speech is free, but hate speech is not what we need here. It's the same, literally the same thing that the left did. And he didn't say rioters. He said protesters. I believe, whether you like it or not, people should be allowed to protest almost anything in this country. That's the First Amendment. Like, they used to protest the craziest things back in the day, and people would allow it from a First Amendment standpoint. Now, everyone's trying to say there's exceptions, not to the First Amendment, but whatever, when it comes to protests. If a protest becomes a riot, it's not a protest anymore. If a protest breaks a law, it's not a protest. And they can charge people based on the law that's already on the books. So when Tommy Tuberville says he doesn't believe hate speech is free speech, he means exactly what he says. When he says they shouldn't be allowed to protest, he means exactly what he says. Or he's an idiot, probably a little bit of both. What I would say is the First Amendment protects protests for any country or group, to be quite honest. And the First Amendment protects unpopular political opinions, not just popular opinions. If free speech only protected what the U.S. State Department's doing, then we don't have free speech. Oh, you have free speech to talk about everything except for Ukraine and Israel because we're funding Ukraine and Israel in a war, and it undermines our policy if you disagree with them. Then we don't have free speech. Free speech to agree with everything that our government's doing is literally not free speech. Okay, but what they don't have the right to do is they don't have the right to break laws. If they're breaking into classrooms and it's against the law, charge them with the law on the book. I got kicked off my live stream, but if they're blocking traffic and they don't have a permit to block traffic, arrest them all. You know what I'm saying? You can't block traffic. I'm sorry. Get out of the road. I'm against riots and I'm against non-peaceful protests completely. I don't care what it is. Like, you got these climate protesters. In my opinion, maybe this is going to be considered bad to some people. I think the climate protesters should go to jail for a long time, not because they're protesting and not because they're protesters, but because they're destroying ancient art. Destroying ancient art at museums is one of the most evil things you could do, because these are things that can't be replaced. They're literally like ancient artifacts that someone brilliant did 1,000 years ago, and these people are defacing them. I personally believe if you deface ancient art, I believe you should go to I believe purposely, obviously, if you like fall and slip and hit it, I don't think you should go to prison for 20 years. But if I ran the country, I'm not saying it's fair or democratic, that's jail time for a long time. Like, I think that's a crazy hard offense. And I think they keep doing it in Europe because they're allowed to do it. Like, they should go to jail for at least 10 years, 5 years. I don't care. Something to scare them, because defacing things that you can't replicate is terrible. To me, it's not just like, oh, he just defaced property. No, he defaced a Leonardo da Vinci painting that was painted hundreds or thousands of years ago and is worth millions of dollars because it's so rare and it can't possibly be replicated. That's not a protester. That's I'm trying to think of the right word, vandalizer. That's vandalizing the most important thing. Like, dude, if somebody took a document from 1776, opened it and vandalized it, I would be fine with them going to prison for their entire lives. Like, can you just not do that? I would never go anywhere, any situation, and vandalize a piece of property like that. I mean, that should be a heavy offense. So don't get it twisted. I'm not delusional about the difference between a protest and a riot and a protest and vandalism, but they're using this situation as like a gray area to push further and further and further. And once again, to repeat it, and then I'll read some comments. They're banning Candace Owens from country. They're probably going to ban Daryl Cooper from countries. They're saying Joe Rogan's an anti-Semite and using the word Nazi to try to get his guests off of podcasts. Tucker Carlson is being viciously smeared by a lot of the Zionist right as an anti-Semite, and even worse, Kingsley Wilson or Kingsley Cortez, who her own father is too cowardly to even stand up for, is getting smeared by the Jewish Insider and other Jewish organizations, and they're trying to ruin her job. Anybody that even says slightly anything about Israel, no matter how pro-Israel you are, gets smeared as an anti-Semite. They try to ruin your business, and they try to stop you from ever having a position in politics. Tulsi Gabbard was allegedly thinking about somebody, and he can't get the job because of anti-Semitism. So it's like, if you think it's just about Mahmoud Khalil, you're 1,000% wrong. You're 1,000% wrong. It's anybody in the space knows that it's gone further and further. And even yesterday, I'm going to do a longer video about this, but Jordan Peterson made a video with, I'm not going to say who, because I want to like be accurate about it, but he made a video saying like Christ is King is being weaponized as anti-Semitic. And he used all these examples. He mentioned Jack Pasabic, who's pro-Israel. So it's like, it's not just about anti-Semites, because Jack Pasabic is literally pro-Israel, but whatever. In general, they made this whole thing, and it's like Jordan Peterson's not even Christian. He's policing who is and who isn't Christian, or who is a good Christian, who's a bad. It's like, bro, he's on stage. They're like, what? They'll be like, who's God? It'll be like, God is it's an interesting thing, really. It's like, it's not that. Well, it is interesting, but I'll make a whole video on that. But it's like, it's just this. It's not just this. They're trying to call Christians anti-Semites. They're trying to say a Christian faith. Imagine if a Christian group came and said that about like a Jewish holiday or something, and said it's like, obviously every organization would come to their defense, as they probably should, but it's like, it's just getting normalized now in this country, where the double standards are getting ridiculous. And it's no coincidence. Like, I want to explain this really clearly, because my intentions are pure, regardless of how many boomers lie about me. My intentions are really pure, because I don't have hate in my heart for other people like people are accusing me of. When Democrats did this for racism and sexism, they rigged the country. They rigged the country against nature. They rigged the country against certain races, and it's had a profoundly negative impact on women. I mean, women are a disaster in America. It's funny that it's not funny, but it's obvious that America is always declaring war on the countries that like feminism's not running rampant in. It's like Russia, I'm just going to be honest, like every Russian woman I've ever met in America, just randomly, like they're always so intelligent. They're always so articulate. There's really smart women in America too, but it's like these Eastern European countries, like the women are very smart, and because they haven't strayed so far from religion and nature, they're not all crazy. They're not all shoving like abortion pills in their throat. They're not all just getting wasted all the time. I'm not saying they don't drink, and I'm not saying there's no problems in Eastern Europe, but if you compare Eastern Europe women and Western Europe women in America, it's like, it's night and day because of different culture. They're more conservative, they're more Catholic or Christian, and they're more traditional, right? It's just a fact. In America, nobody was traditional for a while because the left and the right got away from it, but they started pushing this lopsided anti-God, in many ways anti-Christ, anti-nature idea of what a woman is, and it's probably driven women and men insane, and it's been horrible for our country. All this race policing that they've done over the last 10, 20 years, it hasn't made people more cohesive. It hasn't made the country better. They did it lopsided, weaponized it against certain races, tried to help certain races. Even if the intentions were good, overall, it backfired so hard that even liberal companies are getting away from it because they don't want to pay someone $300,000 a year to walk in a business and be like, you know what, there should be less white people here. All right, my job's done. Like a DI official, like every company was doing it to save face. It didn't work, right? So now that we know more people are becoming conservative, more people are becoming religious because they're running away from liberal insanity. They're running away from the fact that everybody was calling everything honest, racist and sexist and xenophobic, and nobody believes it anymore. Why does the right wing think that this is going to work when they overuse the word Nazi just like the left does for Elon Musk, and they're overusing the word anti-Semite? Like, why do they think it's going to work? I don't understand. It's not even there's obviously a First Amendment principle to this, and there's obviously a foreign policy angle to this. Absolutely. but just on a logical policy. Like if you really wanted people to be on your side, etc., like this is having such a backwards impact because I could go through everybody that I like in Republican media and they've all been called an anti-Semite. Tucker Carlson's been called an anti-Semite. Candace Owens been called an anti-Semite. Doug McGregor's been called an anti-Semite. Glenn Greenwald is Jewish, but they call him an anti-Semite. Dave Smith is also Jewish. I think he's one of the best people in the podcasting game as far as integrity and honesty. He's a great American who happens to be Jewish. He's been called an anti-Semite and self-hating, even though he doesn't hate himself and he literally just likes America. Donald Trump has been called anti-Semitic. This week, he's been called anti-Semitic because he's breaking his own anti-Semitism rules. Ron DeSantis passes IHRA anti-Semitism laws. He's been called anti-Semitic because they use it to protect George Soros. When you say George Soros funds politicians and prosecutors, it's anti-Semitism because you're not allowed to say Jewish people are funding politicians. That's one of the anti-Semitism rules. India got called anti-Semitism by the Anti-Defamation League because they shared one of the Indian political parties shared a meme of George Soros puppeting a politician. The ADL said it's anti-Semitic, and then the U.S. State Department told India that it was anti-Semitic. So even India's pro-Israel getting called anti-Semitic. Like all of this overuse of the words, calling anybody who supports Palestine or even has an ounce of sympathy for people there, calling them pro-Hamas. Like it's not working so hard. It's hard to even explain. Candace Owens has one of the biggest podcasts, and I would guess something fueling the conversation she talks about is how many times she's been called anti-Semitic, and she loves to argue. So she's like all in now, just talking against it, or at least, showing her side of the story. Tucker Carlson is getting bolder and bolder because he knows everything I'm talking about. And of course, when you know everything that I'm talking about, it becomes the most interesting thing to have on counterculture people on your podcast. So, Tucker Carlson's been called anti-Semitic. It's backfired. Theo Vaughn has one of the biggest podcasts in the world. He's been called anti-Semitic because he has sympathy to Palestinian people. Like Candace has one of the biggest podcasts in the world. Joe Rogan has one of the biggest podcasts in the world. Tucker Carlson has one of the biggest podcasts in the world. Theo Vaughn has one of the biggest podcasts in the world. They're running circles around most of the Daily Wire hosts, if not all of them. Is anybody going to stop and think like maybe we should lay off the false accusations and just be more honest and have a conversation and separate who is and isn't? Because when you call everybody hateful on a topic to the point where everyone knows you're exaggerating, like it's not going to work. Daryl Cooper, you could say a lot of things about him, but if you want to make these labels stick, more people are going to like him than hate him. Because even when I listen to the podcast, I get why people could say things, but like he doesn't come across as hateful to 95% of the people listening. You could say he's inaccurate. You could say he should debate a historian, but trying to say he's an anti-Semite, getting him banned from foreign countries, like it's not going to work. DJ Frank J.O. with the super chat, he said, with that being said, in my opinion, Christ is king and probably Jesus is king will become the new N-word. You're a real one, sir. Thank you, DJ Frank. Well, it's a slippery slope because even with the IHRA rules, it says you can't say classic anti-Semitism, aka the blanks killed Jesus, in any sort of modern context. Like now that is considered anti-Semitism. It's like everyone's going to start realizing. And here's the thing. I don't want speech rules. I don't think Christians need speech rules. I just think we need to have a real conversation. And the way to have a real conversation is you could say what you really think, and I got to say what I really think, right? And then we could have a conversation about it. But if one race, one religion, and one country gets speech rules to the point where there are probably, I can't really count, but I would guess there are tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of American Jews who support Palestine or have sympathy for Palestine. If you call all them anti-Semitic, even though they're Jewish, just because they have the wrong opinion on this topic, do you think it's going to help the word stick? Or do you think now even Jewish people are going to listen to it and be like, you're misusing it? Like now when you call someone else anti-Semitic, usually they would be like, oh yeah, that's an anti-Semite. They don't like me because of my ethnicity or religion. Now those people are thinking, they're calling me that. So it's like, why would I believe when they call somebody else that when I'm being called that all the time? When all the major podcasts are going too far, at what point do people stop and be like, we've overused the word? We're abusing linguistics and it's not working. So even for people's own benefit, like even if you disagree with everything that I think about everything, the one thing that I think should be under consideration is it's just not going to work. Like I disagree with leftists, but I could have told them 5 years ago. It's like, if you guys can't even admit that men and women should play separate sports, like in the professional leagues, Like, you're going to lose it. Like, I don't need to imagine, like, I know eventually liberals are going to lose on that topic because it's ridiculous. For all of human history, everyone agreed on one thing. And then for 5 years, everybody agreed on something else. And liberals acted like it was normal. Like, you're going to lose because you're objectively, like, physically wrong. And if you can't say, like, say you want to help transgender causes, right? But you can't separate the sports, you're going to tank the whole LGBT movement, especially the Tea part, because you're giving them a losing battle. Like, a winning battle to help your Tea friends would be like, you know, I think they should be able to do this and this, but like, obviously sports, probably not. You know, now you're helping them. If you're just like, they should play sports, now you're going to lose. You know, so like you are actually like setting, like, you can't win that argument. Over time, everyone's going to realize that doesn't make sense. So it's like, exaggerating and pushing too far is actually throwing your own people under the bus, essentially. It's the same thing with anti-Semitism. It's like, you know, if you listen to people on X, you'll see polls from trusted polls, which I don't trust any polling, but let's just say it's true, that Israel has less support now than it ever has in the 25 years of them polling that. Do I believe it? Sure. Do I trust it? No, I don't trust any poll. But could I believe that's possible? Absolutely, because I see it as well. I see it on the left and I see it on the right. On Twitter, it's like all anybody else sees. Like, you listen to Meghan McCain, she's like, there's so much anti-Semitism. There's so much anti-Semitism. Let's say I completely agree with you. Did you ever think they started policing it in 2018 and 2019 harder and harder and harder and harder? And according to you, it's just gotten worse. I'm not saying it's a correlation, but at any point, do you think it's a correlation that you're over policing it and over exaggerating it? Like, I can't speak for Candace completely because I have no idea for her story. But if I could guess, you know, and just seeing how the space works, she probably got called anti-Semitic. I mean, in fact, I know she did because I've seen she said something at like a Charlie Kirk event when she was pro-Israel. And, you know, in my opinion, she misspoke. In her opinion, she didn't. And she didn't say what they said she said. I'm not saying she said what they said she said because she didn't. But, you know, she probably could have worded it better. That's all I'm going to say. I don't think she meant what the press said. And I think they lied about her. But she, like, in hindsight, probably could have been worded a little better. With that being said, she made a slight possible mistake with what she didn't even mean to say, or at least they misconstrued what she said. And then they probably called her, the press tried to call Candace Owens anti-Semitic for like 3-4 years before she ever even got annoyed and like started talking about Israel. Like, Candace Owens was pro-Israel, working for Jewish organizations like PragerU and, you know, I don't know if the Daily Wire is, but you get what I'm saying. Pro-Israel, pro-Jewish organizations. And people were attacking her for 5 years straight. Probably attacking Candace Owens for 5 years straight, calling her an anti-Semite when she was pro-Israel, it probably in some way led to her wanting to talk about this stuff all the time. For myself, I can absolutely tell you that that's true. In no way, shape, or form has it made me hateful. In no way, shape, or form has it made me think that Israel doesn't have a right to exist. I still think they do, and that's going to make some people mad in my comment section, but I don't believe as a podcaster wearing a cutoff shirt, I don't believe that I have the right to tell people what, like, if Kazakhstan wants to invade Uzbekistan, am I like, no, how the hell do I, like, I don't know, you know, like, I have opinions about America and our border, but as far as like Russia and Ukraine, no offense, but it's just like, it's whatever to me. Like, you know, like, borders have changed throughout history and I'm not the king of the world. If I was, I would have a more definitive decision. It's above my pay grade as a podcaster to tell Israel or Palestine whose land it is, but I can have an opinion on it. With that being said, getting called anti-Semitic a million times when I was pro-Israel, getting called anti-Semitic a million times when I had a massive pro-Israel bias. I had a massive pro-Israel bias and a massive anti-Palestinian bias. I did, like every Republican does, because all Zionist media tells you that, and they never tell you the other side of the story. It is what it is, but I'm just telling you my story. Getting called anti-Semitic 100 times made me want to talk about the speech laws more, because I'm like, they're saying I'm this, and then they're passing laws with this in it, which includes the word Jesus. That's why I talk about it so much, because I got called anti-Semitic 100 times, and then politicians started passing speech laws 100 times. If I never got called anti-Semitic 100 times, if I didn't get blacklisted by Republican media over false accusations and called far right when I was literally more moderate than Charlie Kirk, and if Republicans weren't passing anti-Semitism speech laws into the government, I wouldn't even talk about Israel because, like, I don't even know what there would even be to talk about besides the foreign aid. When a war breaks out, of course, there's a little bit more to talk about, but it's like, that's why so many people, like Israel is losing so many people because they're constantly, and I'm not saying Israel's doing it, but Jewish organizations and Zionists are constantly attacking everybody all the time and losing favor. It's like their idea of how you should support them is them trying to like put you in a corner. Like Elon Musk, essentially, they used the word anti-Semitism, not Israel, because Elon's friends with Israel, but some Jewish organizations and the ADL were using the word anti-Semitism to try to put Elon Musk in a corner and like pressure his business. And a lot of people in politics, like that's how they cave, where it's like they'll be like, okay, leave me alone. But it's like most people are not like trying to deal with like a shakedown. It's like I like people that I like. I don't like people that give me like a digital shakedown and basically say, I'm going to lie about you constantly until you agree with me. It's like, it's not going to make you agree. Like the left did that to me. And it's like, I'm further away from the left than I've ever been. So this strategy, like people need to think about the strategy a little more because it's not only not working, but I predicted in 2019, I said this in 2019, I said, if you guys do to me, if you do to everyone else what you're doing to me, you guys are just going to keep losing support. You're going to keep creating more people that you dislike because you're accusing them of hating. I knew it would backfire, and I've 100% been vindicated because it's just obvious. Like I don't even feel good about that prediction because it's not something I want to happen. It's just the reality of how things work. It's the same way I could have predicted like 10 years ago, like, the LGBT left is going to lose this battle because instead of making the battle like we want to use this bathroom or we want an identity, they made a battle trans sports. Like that was the ultimate L for the transgender movement, in my opinion. It's like if you overstep to the point where you can't even be honest about sports, like at least Caitlyn Jenner is, like you're going to lose because it's like that you're going too far to a topic you can't possibly win because you're wrong. It's like biologically born men, no matter how many hormones they take, are going to have a physical advantage on average in sports. And that's obvious in like literally every sport possible, but whatever. Filthy Angry Irish Peasant, that's a wild name, said the goal with these laws is to eventually push/force Western Jewry to Israel, Greater Israel. Think of the Havar Agreement. It cannot be unilateral, said Filthy Angry Irish Peasant. That's a wild name. Well, thank you for the super chat. Look into it. Free Men Die Free said Israel made a mistake meddling in the affairs of foreign states. It has created awareness they can't stop. Hubris, the classic downfall. I mean, maybe, but probably meddling in other states has been a huge benefit to Israel. I'm pretty sure them gaining intelligence in foreign countries is probably the reason they have so much leverage over everyone. So ultimately, it could be a massive mistake for them, but right now, I think they have leverage over America tremendously. So, I'll read another super chat, then I'll talk about that. Filthy Angry Irish Peasant said, I'm so shadow banned on multiple accounts, I have to send super chats. Time for another phone. Soy vey. You drinking soy milk or something? But appreciate the super chat. Yeah, I mean, I think when you're podcasting, it's a little bit easier to talk about stuff. I mean, it's not easy, but it's like you're not running the country. I think Israel has massive leverage over America. So, like, I don't know to what extent, but, like, I don't know. I'm sure Trump knows. I don't know that he cares, but it's like, on one hand, having leverage over countries is a massive benefit to Israel because for a small country, I'm sure their intelligence apparatus, like, they're all over Lebanon. They're everywhere. They even admitted it on the news. But if you say that's anti-Semitism, but they're like, the world's a stage. What did the Mossad guy say on 60 Minutes? He said the world's a stage and we're the script writers. If I were to say that, that would be the most anti-Semitic thing that Israel or Jewish writers have ever heard in their life. They're like, how dare you say that we're the script writers of the world? That's a classic form of anti-Semitism. That's just classic anti-Semitism. But when Mossad says it on 60 Minutes bragging, it's not anti-Semitism. So the truth is anti-Semitic when you say it, but when Mossad says it, it's just a compliment. So basically, these are speech laws, in my opinion, really just against non-Jewish people where it's like, nah, you don't have a right to say that. We'll say it, but you not say it. Okay, well, that's not going to make people like it, but whatever. With that being said, it's been a massive benefit. Like Jonathan Pollard helped Israel a lot. The speech policing, I think, is a little too far, but I don't know. Time will tell what helps or hurts. But right now, they have massive leverage over a lot of the world, and I think it's benefiting them. I do think that the hubris and the over policing of the speech is too much, because even with massive leverage over a lot of the country or the world, people don't care. Like, everybody just wants to do what they want. Like, nobody really cares. Like growing up, no one cared. People only care more because they're pushing further. So I think it's like, in my thoughts, what would be better for them is like to still have the massive leverage over the world, but at the same time, stop crying about anti-Semitism so much and stop pushing so hard on that topic with the speech rules and the policing, because it's only going to create more people who disagree with you, and over time the numbers are probably going to be overwhelming. So yeah, I just think and it's like a foreign army, where it's like, the classic mistake of a foreign army is always like expanding too much. Once you you can expand a little bit and a lot of it, but once you expand too much and overextend, now you're weak on a lot of other fronts. So I do think it will be a mistake eventually, but who knows? That's for them to decide. Let's see. I'll read a few more and then I'll take off. Let's keep it under 2 hours. Appreciate y'all for being here. And I hope to people that actually listen, because one thing with Facebook, it's like if you post a headline and a quote or whatever, everybody seems to misconstrue it. I mean, people can misconstrue a podcast too, but at least I get to speak in full context, because when I post about certain stuff, people think I think things I don't. It's really annoying to me, but I have to get used to it. Like if I post about Mahmoud Khalil, people just assume all these things that I think. They're like, so you must mean this. No. So you're saying this. No. So you support this. No. I'm saying what I said, but also I'm trying to figure this out, because, for any topic, say like the left, how do they shut down free speech? How do they go after other people? They say speech, Ben Shapiro's speech or Dennis Prager's speech or, Donald Trump's speech, it leads to hate, and hate leads to this, and that's bad. So hate leads to that. It's what they say. When they go after people for anti-Semitism, what are they saying or doing? Are they using the same logic as the left? And if they're doing that, they need to make their laws clear, because it's like, does this apply to every person who doesn't agree with America? I'm a citizen, so I get to do what I want to some extent. I don't agree with America. I like America. I like the founding documents. I like how they wanted to run the country, but I believe America now, like, outside of whether I want Mahmoud Khalil to stay or whether he was a British agent or not, because to me, that's the most interesting angle of this whole thing. He worked for the British government. Like, he also has a green card. He also didn't commit a crime. He's also married to some pregnant lady who's a citizen. All interesting. But the most interesting angle is his British government affiliation to me. With that being said, it's like, what are these rules that you're trying to apply? Who do they apply to? But even having that opinion, like a lot of Republicans, they latch onto a topic, and then it's like talking to a liberal where they're just like, get out of my way. Okay, sure, but it's not going to work out that way you think it is. So, someone said YouTube positioned a lot of people to get their channels deleted with some sponsorships they took. I'm not even sure what that means, but I also think they're using this as a stress test and as a smoke screen. Like, here's one thing. I mean, this is probably going to get me in trouble as well, but I do think this, like, the Epstein files didn't come out. It doesn't mean like Epstein and Maxwell. This is not reflective of a whole group of people or a whole religion and a whole race, because it's not. But this is the equivalent that I see it as. And it's like, think about all these things, and then think about the timing of them doing this to Mahmoud Khalil, because essentially they could do this at any point, right? The Epstein files never came out. They're probably never coming out, but we'll see. And if they come out, they're probably going to be so heavily redacted, it's just going to look like a black screen. With that being said, imagine if, and you could even pick an ally, Ukraine or China or Iran, but Canada even, like, put whoever in your head you want, because you could say it's different, an ally or an adversary, even though throughout history they've always changed. Like, we've been friends with countries and we're not. But like, let's just say Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein were Chinese, right? Let's just say they were Chinese, And, Donald Trump took hundreds of millions of dollars from a Chinese mega donor who he said comes to his office and asks him to do things for China. And no matter how much he does for China, it's just never enough for them. They always want more. Then imagine Donald Trump sends a Chinese spy back home on his Chinese donor's jet back to China. Then imagine the Epstein and Maxwell are Chinese and the Epstein files don't come out, but then Pam Bondi, RFK Jr., who was on the Epstein plane at one point, Trump, the Department of Education, literally every agency in government, all at once starts saying that we need to start policing anti-Chinese-ophobia, and we need to pass more bills for anti-Chinese-ophobia, and we need to police that, there's a criticism of China on a college campus, and, we do business with China, so that means he hates America because he doesn't like Western civilization too. And it's like every Republican would be like, holy crap, our government's controlled by China. Holy crap. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is crazy. Like, it's a slap in the face if all that were happening. The Epstein files didn't come out, but then they were policing anti-China rhetoric in America. Everything that I just said is true to Israel, but it's like people don't see it that way because they just don't. I get it. It's an ally of America, so you might view it differently. But everything I just said from China replaced with Israel, and that's what's going on. So it's like not only are they not releasing the Epstein files, they're pushing speech policing that Epstein would have used in his favor. If Epstein were around now doing what he did back then, he'd be hiding under the guise of anti-Semitism because him and Ghislaine Maxwell were Jewish. Just like George Soros hides under it. A lot of American Jews don't like George Soros. Some do, but a lot don't. Especially most right-wing Jewish people are not a fan of George Soros. With that being said, anti-Semitism is used to cover for George Soros all the time. The U.S. State Department uses it. The press uses it. The ADL uses it. They say talking about George Soros controlling people breaks one of the anti-Semitism rules. Trump has been called anti-Semitic. Tom Cotton's been called anti-Semitic. Ted Cruz has been called anti-Semitic. And Ron DeSantis has been called anti-Semitic. So not only are you not getting the Epstein files, but you're getting speech policing that Epstein would have used in his favor to hide cover. It's like, to anybody paying attention, that's a little weird. But to the Trump administration and to Nancy Mace, it's just normal. They're just fighting hate the same way the left fought hate, the same way the left fought racism. Backfired for the left, but for the right, it's totally just going to work it's not going to work. But here's my thought about these people. Some of them have an ethnic bias. Some of them have a religious bias. Some of them have a Christian religious bias. I'm not just blaming one group. A lot of Christians have a massive bias due to, how they were interpreting the Bible growing up or how their pastors preached to them, which is a huge modern phenomenon that never happened throughout Christian history, but understandably so, because throughout recent history, there was no physical land named Israel. So I understand why recently it would be different. But with all that being said, it's like a lot of these politicians, they're paid millions of dollars to believe this. Like when I listen to a pro-pharmaceutical politician talk to Thomas Massey or Dave Weldon, sometimes I think they're brainwashed. Sometimes I disagree with them and I just think they're dumb or wrong or a pseudo-intellectual. Other times I just think they're sold out. You know what I'm saying? Like if someone got $1 million from the pharmaceutical industry, I don't think they want to know the truth because they get paid to lie for Big Pharma. So when you look at some of these politicians, Chuck Schumer, Tom Cotton, Donald Trump, like literally almost every politician except for Thomas Massey and like 10 others, they're all getting hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, if not tens of thousands of dollars, but most of them in the millions and the hundreds of thousands from pro-Israel super PACs or some sort of political organizations. So when Nancy Mace says all this stuff, do I believe that she thinks she's going to beat hate? To be honest, I don't think so. I mean, maybe, but I think it's the same. I don't know what Nancy Mace's stats are on pharmaceutical industry, but most of the Republican Party was shilling for Big Pharma. I don't believe they really think about it. They get paid to not think about it. Thomas Massey was right about everything because he doesn't take money from anybody. It's not like me and Thomas Massey were magically right about COVID because we're just so much smarter than anyone. Maybe we're smart, but we're also just more honest than these people. Yeah, a lot of them are dumb as rocks. Nancy Mace is an idiot, but maybe not. I don't know. She went to school. Maybe she has a high IQ. I have no idea. But it's like we're not taking money from anyone so we can tell the truth. I know for a fact Charlie Kirk takes millions of dollars from donors who have bias with foreign policy. Do I think Charlie Kirk knows better? I know he knows better. He gets paid to have certain biases. And do I think in a world where the other side was paying him that he would have these same opinions? No. Do I think if Christians that were, had a different foreign policy when it comes to the wars were paying Charlie Kirk tens of millions of dollars, do I think he would still be saying the things he's saying? I don't think he would be saying the same things he's saying. It's like people are so naive and foolish that they think like, no, it's different because Charlie Kirk's rich or it's Donald Trump's so rich. He's not rich enough to use his own money for the campaign. He's getting hundreds. He's probably got close to $1 billion from certain, donors who want him to do things for a foreign country. You don't think that relates to his agenda to some extent? It's like, if I got paid $1 million, don't you think I would have a bigger skew if I knew the money would go away if I didn't have that complete skew? I'm not getting paid by anybody. I could say whatever I want to some extent outside of the guidelines of YouTube or Facebook because I'm free to, like, I wouldn't do that. That's why I can't be a politician unless I was a Thomas Massey. People are just so naive in the Republican movement that they don't understand that. They're like, no, I like Donald Trump. I like Charlie Kirk. I like Trump sometimes too. Charlie Kirk, I don't really like, to be honest. I like some things he says, but I'm not a fan of his character, his personality, his speeches. To be honest, I think he's garbage, but he's better than your average bear. So I get it. He does a lot of good work in the Republican movement. Sure. But it's like, just because you like someone, like, they don't get that. If Charlie Kirk took as little money as Thomas Massey, Charlie Kirk would sound like Thomas Massey. I guarantee you. Charlie Kirk's not stupid. So people can't they can't associate like, no, I like that person. So you understand? It's like, I could say that about pharmaceuticals and liberals call me an anti-vaxxer. When I say it about Israel lobbying, I'm called an anti-Semite. It's just fascinating. There's a word for everything, but all these words mean I don't want to debate. I just want to smear your character. Not saying people have to, but Candace Owens, who's a huge figure, she's probably more famous than Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson at this point, although it's debatable. She's willing to debate Andrew Klavan. She'd destroy Andrew Klavan. Andrew Klavan's had a huge Daily Wire machine behind him for so long, yet nobody cares about him. Imagine being so boring and so dumb and so stale and so unimpressive that you have this mega $1 million machine pushing you, yet nobody cares about you. That's Andrew Klavan, by the way. Got one of the biggest machines in politics behind him, yet he just can't stay relevant because the only time he gets attention is when he tries to psyop Christians into thinking Christ is king is an anti-Semitic slur now, and everybody laughs at him. Like, he gets attention for being dumb and fake. Okay, but with Jordan Peterson, like, Jordan Peterson is famous for debating with people. He sat down with Christians, Muslims, Jews. He put out a video that said, my message to Christians, my message to Muslims. He never did a my message to Jews, which is fascinating, but okay. It's like Jordan Peterson, the atheist, telling why should any Christian, Muslim, or Jew listen to what Jordan Peterson thinks? My message to Muslims, my message to Christians. It's like, Jordan Peterson, you cry, take benzos, disappear to Russia, and come back like you got lobotomized, crying on camera like a broken soul, telling people, anyway. It's like, who cares? He falls for Second Amendment propaganda. We should deport Jordan Peterson. If Jordan Peterson doesn't have citizenship, I'm not saying they will deport him, but it's like he falls for anti-Second Amendment propaganda. If he's not a citizen, is that not dangerous to our country? The Second Amendment and the First Amendment are crucial to our understanding. And Jordan Peterson is so dumb and broken. He's a broken, fragile man-child. He can't even understand the country that he fled to. He's a refugee. He fled from Canada for being persecuted to America, and then he tries to undermine our country. I believe, they should look into that. But anyway, it's like, these people won't debate Candace Owens. Like, say what you want about Candace Owens. I don't care. I don't care if you like her or not. Why do you think Jordan Peterson wants to call her names but not debate her? Why do you think Andrew Klavan wants to cry about hate speech but won't debate her? Why do you think Ben Shapiro wants to type but won't? Like, these people won't debate Candace Owens. Like, they're doing the same thing the left does. They call him names. Oh, you're a fascist, Jordan Peterson. You're a sexist. These are words that you use when you have nothing to say. It's the same thing with the word anti-Semitism or hater or whatever. You're just accusing someone of something without the ability to explain it. With me, I would love for people to explain I've been very clear over the past 6 years. I've been very careful of my words. What is hateful about what I said? Name one thing that I said is hateful. Name one thing that I said is anti. That, like, these are just words that you say. When I say the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act exists to protect big pharma, some people like it, some people don't. But when you have the PrEP Act and the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act, which provides us a liability shield for the big pharma, they're able to get away with more. And, you know, they have ways to they have financial incentive to be a lot less careful with that, right? Anybody listening to my podcast is like, he's not anti-vaxxer. He's not a conspiracy theorist. He's literally just factually correct about how the pharmaceutical industry has changed over the past 20, 30 years. And they always reference the polio vaccine and the smallpox vaccine. And while that's a different story and a different topic, it's like the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act was passed in 1989, decades after the polio vaccine. They didn't need that one for the polio vaccine, but they need it for all these other ones, I guess. So you understand what I'm saying? It's like nothing I said is anti-vaxxer, but the left and the press would call me an anti-vaxxer conspiracy theorist in order to discredit me, get me censored, and not have a debate with me because they would lose. Boomers and Republicans need to realize the word anti-Semitism is exactly the same. Are there actually bad people on the left? Absolutely. But if you can't explain why they're wrong without using the word anti-Semitic or hater, you're just doing what the left does. So when they say that about Tucker Carlson, they can't debate Tucker Carlson because he'd destroy them. If they say that about Daryl Cooper, they probably can't beat him too or get as much. They say it about Joe Rogan. They say it about Candace Owens. You know, we're all like with Ben Shapiro or any of these people, it's like, I'd love to have a conversation in good faith. It's just like they oftentimes just want to jump to hate, and they're not interested in the conversation. How do Republicans not know this? Like, how can they not figure this out? Jordan Peterson will debate anybody. That's why he's famous. He loves it. Why won't he talk to Candace Owens about this topic? Do you know why? He'd look like an idiot. He'd look like an idiot. He'd look like a phony. 95% of people watching would think he lost the debate. So he knows he can't do that. So he runs around just saying everybody's being hateful all the time. Jordan Peterson is like a lobotomized version of who he once was. He's good at telling women that they need to, you know, he's good at telling like feminists that feminism is bad for women. And he's good at debating really dumb feminists on BBC. But what Jordan Peterson's not good at is he's not good at politics. He's not good at foreign policy. He's not good at domestic policy. He's not good at the Second Amendment. He's not even good at the First Amendment. His daughter it's not his fault. You know, he is not his daughter, but at the same time, his daughter made a video saying Candace Owens is being hateful. And she tried to make some sort of false equivalency where it's like hate speech is not really free speech. The same sort of thing. And it's like, you just came to America as a refugee. And one of the first things that they're doing is trying to undermine the First and Second Amendment, the Peterson family. The daughter's making anti-First Amendment propaganda on YouTube against Candace Owens because she thinks anti-Semitism is so bad that the First Amendment shouldn't really cover a thought and a speech crime. And then the father's falling for Matthew McConaughey propaganda. It's like, in my opinion, they're undermining America just as much or more than that college student is. Like, I would even say more, but equal, less. I don't really care what you think. It's like Jordan Peterson is an issue for the United States of America. Just because he was good at debating feminists 10 years ago and had a benzo breakdown and ran to Russia and came back, like it doesn't mean he's good at everything. He's horrible about domestic policy. He's horrible about foreign policy. He's horrible about constitutional policy. He's like Joy Reid level stupid on like 7 different subjects. What is he good at? Now he's colluding with organizations that Republicans hate in order to put out anti-Christ is king propaganda. Like, Jordan Peterson sucks, you know? And I know this sounds cocky because it will come across that way, or you could even say it is. I think Jordan Peterson does certain things better than me. I'm very self-aware. He's better, like him breaking down feminism. I think he can do better than me, you know? I believe in myself, but I think he's probably better at that. And he's one of the best of all time at that. At everything else, I'll destroy Jordan Peterson in debate. I would crush him in a debate. I'd make him look stupid, and I would win the debate. Like that, you know, people are like, oh, but Jordan Peterson, no, he's good at that topic. I'll admit he's better than me at that topic. Every other topic, he's terrible. He's literally terrible. Like, he's so bad. He's so bad, it's actually funny how bad he is. But, you know, it's like, this is the point that I'm getting to. When I started this, I was like, man, that person's better than me. That person's better than me. I'm at the point now I listen to a podcast and I'm like, I'm not impressed by this. You know, My favorite podcast of the week was Doug McGregor and Tucker Carlson. That was impressive. I've seen his tweets, and I like a lot of his tweets, but on podcast, he was way smarter than I thought he would be. Not that I thought he was dumb, but I guess I had some sort of expectation. Like, he exceeded the bar of what I thought, and I was like, when my podcast studio is built, I'm trying to have Doug McGregor as a guest, not in person. I could just stream it, but it's, like that guy, that was the best podcast I listened to the week. New information, very well thought out, very, very honest, very to me, he's a hidden gem. Like, I think he'll be on every podcast soon because Tucker blew him up. Like, someone said he's on Judge Napolitano. Is it Napolitano? Sorry about that, dude. I'm part Italian, but I don't know what his name is. Judge Napolitano. Apparently, Douglas McGregor's on his podcast a lot, and from my audience seems to really like Judge's podcast, which I want to listen to because he seems like a straight shooter too. He seems like someone who has allegiance to America and is willing to talk about foreign wars accurately, which I'm sure Judge has been called an anti-Semite, because any American that doesn't, that has any sort of nuance on the topic will be smeared as an anti-Semite. Someone said you're stuck on Tucker Carlson. I like certain conversations he has. To be honest, Tucker barely talked in that interview. So when I listen to stuff, I don't adapt to their entire worldview. That's another thing too. Like, you'll never hear me say that person shouldn't be on Joe Rogan's podcast. There's a difference between certain people. And I'm not saying it's everybody because it's not true, but you'll notice in the right wing that I seem to agree with more versus the James Lindsay, Seth Dillon, Konstantin Kisin, Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, really Zionist right wing that's like ultra Zionist and, mad at anybody who's not completely in agreement with them. I would never look at them on a podcast and get mad that they were on the podcast. I would just be like, this is why I disagree with what they said. If I did, they disagree with what, Daryl Cooper's saying and Candace Owens is saying, but they're furious. Like, they were furious that Ian Carroll was on Joe Rogan's podcast. How dare you platform him? How dare you platform Andrew Tate? How dare you platform these people? They are the woke right. They're so woke right that they tried to get ahead of it and use inversion to call Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens woke right because Candace and Tucker aren't woke right. It's like they're such liars. So it's like everybody that I like more would be like, here's why I disagree with what they said on Joe Rogan's podcast. They don't even want these people to go on podcasts. How many of them defended Candace Owens and said, you know what, I think she should be able to travel to Australia? These people want to get us banned from countries. They won't say they will, but I believe that they don't care. It's like they don't talk about the anti-Semitism rules in America because they low-key support them. But if they ever told you they supported them, then, Dave Rubin got a year ahead of schedule on his Instagram one time. Like he had, I'm not going to say he had foresight, but it's like he was 2 years ahead where he posted something that was just obviously anti-First Amendment, where in France, they basically ended protests. They made it illegal to protest for Palestine. And you'll notice if you read the article, it's not riots. It's not illegal protests. They literally made legal protests that were once legal, illegal in France because France doesn't have the First Amendment. So they could do that a lot easier, right? And Dave Rubin posted on his Instagram. He's like, yeah, good job, France. 99% of the comments were like, Dave, you're a hypocrite. Your whole existence is because you did the opposite. Like Dave Rubin got famous, from a few things, but one of them was defending free speech on a college campus and people's right to protest, even if it's something unpopular. And then he's on his Instagram saying he's happy that protests that are legal are getting shut down in France because they don't have a First Amendment. So it's like these people, they have to be sneaky about it. And like Konstantin Kisin, Seth Dillon, James Lindsay, like they have to be really sneaky in their approach, because it's like, if they just told you what they really thought, then it's like, yeah, everybody's going to think they're a hypocrite. So they have to be like, well, like Dave Rubin made the mistake of actually letting you know that he's against canceling all protests for that country. And now they're trying to do that in America. They're trying to figure out how they could get around the First Amendment. The same way the left says, well, free speech is free, but if your free speech is hurting people because you're against lockdowns and lockdowns are saving lives and vaccines are saving lives, if you protest a lockdown, you're breaking the curfew rule, but you're also hurting people with anti-vaccine propaganda. So you don't really have the First Amendment. And we're going to use every tool that we have to take away your First Amendment. The same thing the left is doing. That's what they're doing here. They're trying to say, first, we're going to pass anti-Semitism rules. Then we're going to say anti-Semitic littering is a hyped up charge now. Then they're going to say, you know what? We can't do this. We have the pesky First Amendment in our way, which I guarantee you they would infringe on if they could. Like France, they just did it right away. I guarantee you Trump's administration would do that if they could, but they can't. They know that they can't, and they know that they can't win in court. So they're like, how can we get around the First Amendment the same way the left wants to? Well, let's start going for green card holders, because they're not quite citizens, but they are, traditionally protected under the First Amendment, but not really now. So it's like, how do you get a guy who's a green card person to get deported if he never committed a crime? Well, you say that, non-citizens don't have to commit crimes to get deported, and then you make a new rule. What's the new rule? Well, the new rule is that you cannot support, you can't support a terrorist organization. If you support a terrorist organization in any way, shape, or form, then you could get deported. So this is the next step that they're going to do. Then they're going to say, I already know what they're going to do. They're going to say, now anybody who supports a terrorist organization, even if you are a citizen, you can also get in trouble. And then they're also going to say, anybody who supports Palestine is supporting a terrorist organization. And then they're going to say, anybody that even has sympathy for Palestine is a terrorist sympathizer, and they're going to get in trouble. So they're working their way down, trying to figure it out. All the meanwhile, you know who they're never going to charge in America? They're never going to charge the government agents and the government agencies and the government congressmen and the presidents and the State Department directors who funded literal terrorist organizations in the Middle East. The people who funded offshoots of Al-Qaeda in the Middle East, they're never going to get arrested. The people who funded the Mujahideen in the 90s or whenever they funded the Mujahideen, I'd have to look up the exact date. They're never going to get in trouble. Hillary Clinton's on stage admitting that the United States government funded the Mujahideen, and then they ended up being a problem for us because they're a terrorist organization. But at one point, they were a terrorist organization that we supported. They're never going to get in trouble. You know who's never going to get locked up? Hillary. You know who's going to get locked up? Trump supporters, just like the first time. Who got locked up at January 6th? It wasn't Hillary Clinton. It was Trump supporters who followed the Pied Piper to the Pied Piper event. Who got locked down in 2020? It wasn't Podesta and Hillary Clinton and the Democrats and whoever you want or thinks is going to get arrested, or Chrissy Teigen and Rosie O'Donnell. It was Trump supporters got put on house arrest essentially during 15 days to slow the spread by Donald Trump. And on his way out, he pardoned a foreign spy who flew home on his donor's jet. And then he gave Fauci and Dr. Birx a medal, an award. Like, this is who Donald Trump is. Is he better than Kamala? Absolutely. Are the Republicans better? Yes, but Trump supporting Republicans can't figure out that you should absolutely not trust Donald Trump, because it's never his enemies who get arrested. It's always you. It's never like you followed the Pied Piper, you get arrested at January 6th. You get interrogated by the FBI for being near anybody, 6 degrees of separation, January 6th. They investigated that apparently more than they investigated 9/11. That's what Siraj has. I'm trying to think of his last name. That's what he told me on the podcast. He's a good journalist. Never looked it up, but I trust him. With that being said, it's the same thing with this. It's like, I'm trying to make this point as clearly as possible. And as somebody that doesn't support any organization, like, I'm American. I'm not even affiliated with American organizations, let alone foreign organizations. I don't give a shit about other countries' organizations. With that being said, you have to understand, it's like the United States politicians who literally, in the press, it's admitted they funded terrorist groups, including in my opinion, terrorist organizations, and even some actual designated terrorist organizations through at one point, directly or indirectly. These are the people running Syria right now. And the whole reason that they're there is because they were funded by America, our allies, Israel, and probably Turkey to some extent. I'm not as familiar with Turkey stuff, but Turkey and Israel are going to take that land. Muammar Gaddafi predicted this dozens of years ago, and they killed him. It's like, he was like, yo, they're going to overthrow Syria. Israel's going to take the land, and Turkey's going to take the land. Go find that video. Jimmy Dore posted it, and it's like, yeah, Muammar Gaddafi's like, that's what they're going to do. Killed him. Slave trade in Libya. Oh, yeah. Those people are never going to get in trouble, though. The people who killed Gaddafi in his country and let a slave trade take over, they're not going to get in trouble. The people who funded terrorists in Syria, they're not going to get in trouble. Do you know who's going to get in trouble? American citizens who have the First Amendment, who are now pesky to America's foreign policy, and they're now using Bush-era tactics to say, that anybody who disagrees with their foreign policy is a terrorist organizer or a terrorist sympathizer. So they're going to come after Trump supporters. So I just got to let people know, it's like if you're supporting Trump and you're a Republican and you can't see through what's going on here and they're using this guy as a smokescreen, if Democrats start doing this over Ukraine, you can't play the victim. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you caused for this to happen. It's the same thing with the lockdown. Did Joe Biden ruin our country a lot? Yes. But did Donald Trump open the floodgates to destroy America? He absolutely did. I'm not saying it's an easy situation. I'm not saying this or that. I'm just being honest. Operation Warp Speed, lockdowns, 15 days to slow the spread, the COVID spending bill destroyed America. And the only person who spoke against it was Thomas Massie, and Trump has tried to kick him out of the party twice now because Thomas Massie is not completely complicit with a foreign country, and Thomas Massie is so pro-America that he doesn't vote for stupid spending bills when the GOP tries to trick everybody because it's going to lead to inflation. And it's like, how does Thomas Massie get thanked for being the only Republican that was right about the lockdown? The only one in Congress. How does he get thanked? Trump tries to throw him out of the party. Trump, in many ways, he's one of my favorite politicians in modern history. In many ways, he's the ultimate Pied Piper and he's the ultimate deceiver, where it's like he gets everybody on his side, he brainwashes all the boomers, and then he sets you up for failure and hands you back to the Democratic Party. You know, it's like either at the end of this term, he's going to be the greatest president in recent history, or he's going to be the biggest deceiver in history. And the history books are not going to say that either way. They're not going to give him credit. And they're also not going to not give him, like, they're just going to say he's a fascist. And then kids are going to read the history books, and the kids are going to read the history books and be like, wow, Donald Trump was so bad because he hated immigrants. Wow, Donald Trump was so bad because he was a racist. And you're going to read all these things in the history books, and they're going to hate Donald Trump for all the wrong reasons. Everything good Donald Trump did, they're going to write in the history books that were bad. Everything bad that Donald Trump, they're going to say was good. The history books are going to say, Donald Trump locked Operation Warp Speed was the best thing Donald Trump ever did. You know, he worked with Fauci to get the vaccine out at record speed time. I guarantee you that's going to be in the textbooks. What do you think is going to be taught in your kids' schools, public or private? Maybe private, but you think they're going to teach, oh, the vaccine wasn't what they said it was? Like, of course they're not going to teach that. What history company that can get in public schools is going to put that book out? There's probably books in school already teaching your kids that Trump is evil because he, you know, hates the people at the border. But, you know, the best thing he ever did was rush a vaccine with socialist scam money that destroyed the economy. But Democrats don't know that. It's like they spent 4 years yelling at Biden, and it's just like, I just see it as a circus. I like that Trump won. I prefer him, but let's be clear. I knew that this moment was going to come to some extent. I just wasn't sure how gung-ho the Republican Party was going to be about it. Like, I know the Republican Party was going to do all this anti-Semitism policing, but I guess I underestimated the extent, where I had a pretty low bar, but they're like Nancy Mace has flown to Israel multiple times now. She's just like, she's like, follow me if you're in South Carolina. It's like, you're not even in South Carolina. Like, she's ridiculous. Like, I don't know. It's like, she thinks just because she has big fake titties that everybody has to listen to her and believe her. It's like, we know you got some big fake bazungas, but it doesn't make me have to believe you or listen to you anymore or respect you. I'm not saying they look bad. I mean, you know, I think she's a dashing young lady with her big bazungas, but it's just like, you know, good for her. Congratulations. I'm sure it's attracting a lot of men and stuff, but you know, okay. Like the whole party revolves around policing hate speech for one race, one religion, one country. The HHS is like, we gotta police anti-Semitism. It's like, bro, get the seed oils. You can't even get the seed oils out of Steak and Shake. What is it? Steak and Shake? Steak and Shake took the seed oils out of the cooking, but they're still pre-soaked in seed oils. It's like RFK can't even successfully get the seed oils out of one company. Yet, you know, he's policing hate speech with every agency in the government. It's like, okay, all right, I guess that's what we get. But I'll read a few more comments, and let's see what someone said. You mentioned the boobs at least 4 times because she got huge fake tits and she just puts them out all the time, and then she expects no one to notice. It's like, we all notice, but you know, you're just not supposed to talk about it. I just thought it was funny. I'm sure Nancy, what is her name? Nancy Mace, the feminist, she'd probably get mad at that. But it would be like if I got big fake titties and my shirt just went out to here And you're like, Anomaly, did you get fake boobs? And I'm like, why are you objecting me? What are you talking about? We need to give more money to our greatest ally. I'm going to fly to a foreign country multiple times and tell everybody we got to make a foreign. What are you looking at? I don't understand. Is there something like, imagine if I did that and then just act shocked that somebody talked about it. It's like, I just think it's funny, but I don't care. I'm not knocking the aesthetic decisions. I think she looks fine. She looks good. I mean, I'm not like a huge, it's not my position to, but like imagine if guys did that and then acted like you couldn't talk about it. It would be the dumbest thing. Imagine getting like a fake ding-a-ling and it like pops out to here and you just walk around like with an erection all the time. And you're like, what? I don't get it. Why are you objecting me? I don't get it. It's like you literally implanted wait, what's going on? Okay. Sorry. It started getting blurry. It's like you literally got that to get people to look at it, but now I'm not supposed to notice. It's only one of these things. I just think it's funny because I think she's such a sellout and she's such a scammer. And it's like the entire GOP, I don't care. Here's the thing. I don't care if they do like 10% for Israel, 90% for America. Here's our greatest ally, this and that. It's like if you go to Pam Bondi's Twitter, you don't even know what country she works for. You know what I'm saying? RFK, one of his first tweets was about anti-Semitism. It's like, what about like, are we going to police anti-Christian hate too? If we're not going to police anti-Christian hate, then why does one religion get policing and one ethnicity and one, like, it's only going to make people more annoyed and weirded out. It's only going to make people not like it. It's like the entire government is like, imagine I'm a Christian. I believe that this country was once a Christian nation. It's not anymore. As a Christian that has a Christian bias that would like this to be a more Christian nation, I would be weirded out if every person in government was like, Christian, we got to police Christianity, anti-Christian, we got to stop anti-Christian person, Christian. If all there, I would be weird. Even though I have a bias, I'd be like, yo, are you guys going to do anything else? Like, as a Christian, I do also believe we have religious freedom in this country. I don't think you need to I don't think the government needs to be beating people over the head with it. I think we could put Bibles back in schools personally. I think, I do want more Christianity in America. And if they did everything for Israel and Jewish and Judaism that they did for Christians and Europeans, it would be a little weird. Like even I would be like, yo, that's too much. You're doing so much. You're going to make people hate it and feel like, why don't you do like a little bit of that? And then like a lot of bit of things that benefit everybody in this country. No, you're going to literally bend the entire country over backwards for 2% of the population in one country that you give the most foreign aid to. Like that, how is that going to make people, like, everybody's starting to notice? Like I talked about a lot of this stuff in 2019 when it came to the speech laws. You have no idea how many friends have come to me recently where they're like, bro, I didn't want to hear it. I thought you were crazy. I thought you were wrong. Now I understand everything you're talking about. And you were just years ahead. Like every friend, like I could think of like 10 people that had no idea what I was talking about in 2019 and didn't want to hear it because that's not what their church said, or they didn't want to hear it because they just like Trump a lot. And they didn't want to look into it. It was more interesting to like trust the plan or whatever. Every one of those people has come back to me. Obviously not everyone agrees with me, but like the amount of people that went from not knowing what I was talking about to 100% agreeing with me and thinking it's crazy, it's because that's all they talk about every single time. So I'm just roasting Nancy Mace because it's like, she's like a sycophant. It's like, what are you doing for your people? You're not doing that much. Your whole objective is like, how much can we do? How much can we do? You did that for my race and my religion. And I would ask you to chill out because I'd be like, yo, you're blowing our cover a little bit, it's like you're even if you have that bias, you're serving everyone in America. So you understand, you're going to weird everyone else out, and you're going to make even like Christians be like, stop doing that so much. All right, let's read a few more. Someone said to start the hate speech, they use gays and blacks to get it started. They have certain things for the left and the right. Like, it's like, in order to trick the left and the right, I used to say this all the time. I appreciate you bringing that up because it's so true. In order to trick the left, they know how to trick the left. What does the left have a bias for, and what do they get tricked about? Ethnic, minority groups. I would say like immigrants, gay stuff, like women. So it's like, how do you trick the left? You hide it behind feminism. You hide it behind racism. You hide it behind characters. You hide it behind the LGBTQ community. You hide it behind they hate all immigrants because you'll believe it even though they don't. That's how you trick a liberal. So liberals don't even know they're being tricked. Like, that's the crazy part about it. If they knew they were being tricked, they wouldn't get tricked. They don't know they're being. Someone asked before, I just thought of this now. They said, are you on cocaine or something? No, I'm drug free. I've been drug free for a while. I mean, I've never been like a drug addict, but I'm just saying, like, I'm very straight edge now. I drink a little bit, but I don't do any drugs. I drink coffee. I do a little bit of creatine because I've been working out more. But in general, like, this energy that you're getting, it's all natural. It's organic. I have, just a little bit of, what's it called? Like electrolytes in here, but this is not a drug induced thing. This is just raw energy. Isn't it impressive? But where was I? Oh yeah. The left doesn't even know they're being tricked because they just can't see it, and it's like trying to tell a left that they're using women and using the LGBT and using minority groups to trick you, where, like I explained with the LGBT, it's like by trying to get trans people in sports, they destroyed the whole movement right there. Like, you got to be smart with how you're pushing LGBT. They were really smart for a while. They're like, we're just trying to get married. We're just trying to do this. We're just trying to do that. And everybody kind of fell for it, or at least they were like, all right, whatever. I don't care. It doesn't mean anything to me. I'm not even that Christian anyway. Let's just do it. And then they're like, let's get them to play sports. Dude, I told my friend in LA like 10 years ago, I was like, this is crazy. Like, you lost. Why would you go that far? You're going to lose because of that. With that being said, this is on the right. It's the same as the left. Like, the right can't see it because they have such a pro-Israel bias that they don't realize they're doing the same thing. They're ruining even the support for the country they like by being so stupid about it. It's crazy that they don't see it because, like, it can't be the same because you have the same way. How does a Republican trick a right-winger? They don't do it with all the left-wing stuff. They say, you're not a patriot if you don't go fight bin Laden. I mean, Saddam Hussein. I mean, Bashar al-Assad. I mean, Muammar Gaddafi. I mean, this. I mean, Lebanon. I mean, they tricked Republicans so hard during the 2000s. They said, you're the same thing that they're doing now. Boomers, wake up, boomers. They're doing that. And like, all boomers now, I'm sorry, but just so dumb. They're like, yeah, we got tricked like by George Bush, but we could never get tricked by Donald Trump. They're using the same tricks that they used during George Bush. You just figured out after 10 years of calling me names. They used to call me all the same names they're calling me now. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, when I told them George Bush was lying, they said, you're not a patriot. What do you like, the terrorists, if you don't agree with George Bush? After 20 years of stupid boomers being stupid, Trump finally made them realize that they got lied to about the wars. And then they're getting lied to again, like the same way. It's like, do you guys never learn anything? Like, we're loyal to Trump now. It's like, of course you are, boomer, because you don't like to think for yourself. You export your thoughts to Donald Trump like an idiot. So it's like the same method that they used during George Bush. They said, if you don't agree with this, you're a terrorist. If you don't want America to go to war here and fund this war, you're a terrorist. 25 years later, it's the same thing. If you don't agree with this war and you're not on this side and you're not 100% in agreement with this foreign nation doing that and our taxpayer dollars funding it, you're a terrorist. You have to be a terrorist. There's no other solution. There's no other way. You couldn't possibly be a patriot. It's like, how are boomers falling for this? It's the same tricks and it's the same with the left. It's like, people are so dumb. Without justifying what's going on, honestly, I understand why the elites think they're smarter than you, because they probably are. It's like they think you're cattle. They literally think you're cattle. They don't think you think like cattle. They think you're literally cattle. Like, a lot of the elites think you're subhuman animals, right? So how do you prove them wrong? Do you figure this stuff out like every intelligent person has? Like, it's so obvious. Yeah, people are like, I'm going to make the same mistakes I did 40 years ago. Europe is walking around, and it's like 90% of Europe is pathetic now. They hate themselves. They hate their race. They hate their nation. They're being completely conquered, and they're like, the problem in the world is Elon Musk. He's a fascist. The problem is we don't have enough immigrants. I mean, these stupid white people. It's like, of course the elites are going to think you're cattle. you're acting like cattle. Like it's like you're leading your own people to the slaughter, and then you get mad at the people trying to save you. It's not just the left doing this, it's also the right. Like the right in Canada is pathetic. The right in Europe is completely fake. If there's ever a country where the right wing isn't fake, America tries to start a war with them. If there's ever a country where the right wing is not fake or the left wing is not fake, America intervenes. America says the election wasn't fair. America funds some rebel group or terrorist group to take over. It's like, that's the problem. Is someone on a college campus a problem? Sure. Is it as big of a problem as that? Do you notice that none of the people who can figure out what I just told you, they're going to spend the next 5 years running circles around one topic and one person in America, and they can't even figure out their own politicians are funding terrorist organizations? Like, it's just idiocracy, man. So I get why the elites think people are cattle. I'm not co-signing what they think. I think humans are humans, but it's just like, at a certain point, like, wake up. And if you can't wake up, this is why I don't blame other people. And I want to be clear about this, because people are like, you're blaming this group. You're blaming. I'm actually not. I'm blaming Americans. I'm blaming Europeans. I'm blaming white people. I'm blaming Christians. You know why? Because white people and Christians in America and Europe, they just think that they deserve all these things. We deserve freedom. We deserve democracy. We deserve a good economy. You earn these things. Like, no, none of our founding fathers and none of the people, like the brilliant people in history, they didn't just sit around and get fat and watch TV and be like, oh, we deserve. Why do you deserve these things? Like, everything that I've earned in my life, I worked for, especially me. I worked outside of the system. So I had to work 50 times as hard as most people, because I'm working against the establishment, against the system, with no corporations. Even the right wing turns against me, because 90% of the right wingers that people watch are fake opposition. So it's like, I had to work really hard to get where I'm at. I can't relate to people that are just like, why does the economy suck? Because you didn't pay attention for 50 years and you think Donald Trump's going to save you when he printed the money too? Like, why is this happening? Because you're supporting the side that hates you. Like, Republicans don't even realize, but half the people they're worshiping don't even like them. They don't even respect them. But it's like, why would you respect someone who doesn't respect yourself? Respect yourself. Europe, you could blame immigrants, but it's like, say you're an immigrant, say you're a bad immigrant or whatever. It's like, is it your job to baby England? You know what I'm saying? Like, say you really want to take over England. Say you're Muslim and you want to take over England. Is it your job to baby stupid people or weak people or people that have no self-respect? Or is that human history? Everybody babies each other? No, people don't baby each other. It's like, weak societies get conquered. Strong societies win. I'm not saying you have to conquer everyone, but at bare minimum, you have to have national defense and love yourself. If Ireland hates themselves, if UK hates themselves, based off of propaganda, but it's like, at a certain point, you got to not follow the propaganda. I understand that most people get tricked by it, but it's like, at a certain point, someone said, you're white, do you hate yourself? No, but self-accountability is not hating yourself. If you're black and you say that black people need self-accountability, they say you hate yourself when you have self-awareness. If you're Jewish, like Dave Smith, and you're honest, they say he's self-hating even though he's honest. I'm white, I'm part Hispanic, but I'm mostly white. In general, I'm not self-hating at all on either side of my ethnicity. I don't hate any of my ancestors. I love my ancestors. I'm just being honest. Like, the way I got to the place that I got, the way that I got everything is by working for it. I never played the victim. I never, said I can't do this because of that, or they hate me because of this. I just did it. So, telling your people, quote unquote, telling your ethnic group and telling your political party to get it together is not self-hate, it's self-love, it's self-awareness, and it's the truth. Even a lot of right-wingers, like, I understand that they're mad at certain groups and they're mad at certain religions and they're mad that they're being infiltrated. But it's like, you also got to be mad at your own people for just being so dumb and so weak and so pathetic. And I know, it's like, you could say, well, they're getting tricked. It's like, but why though? Why are they so complacent? There's always going to be obstacles in this world. There is no such thing as like, oh, if they weren't there, then there'd be nothing. Maybe there'd be less of this and that, but like, there would be other tricks that the same people would probably fall for. So, I get all sides of it, but I just think the American left is like Bolsheviks and they're just destroying everything. And the European left is just disgraceful and they just are idiots. And then the European right is fake opposition. And the American right is a little closer, but it's like worshiping Trump and just getting tricked by, a political ideology that doesn't serve America first is what's going on. And it's not your job to hate Trump. It's your job to figure it out. You understand what I'm saying? Like, let me give you an example. I'm studying to be on Jeopardy. I don't know if I'll ever be on Jeopardy. I don't even know if they'll let me on Jeopardy, with my political history. But in general, that's just a hobby of mine now. I'm trying to learn everything in order to be able to be on Jeopardy one day. And in the meantime, I'm learning a lot of facts. Say Donald Trump says something. I'll give you 2 examples. Say Donald Trump, because I know these just off top now. What's the biggest bird in the world and what's the smallest bird in the world? Say Donald Trump stands up there and he goes, the biggest bird is a penguin and the smallest bird is a dove. And I go, that's not true. And then people go, you hate Trump. No. Did you not trust Trump? Well, no, I just know that that's wrong. And they're like, oh, and then people in my comment section on Facebook, how do you know? How do you know? Because I read, because I research, because I learn these things outside of Trump. So then when he says something, I have a reference point. The biggest bird in the world is an ostrich. The smallest bird in the world is a hummingbird, specifically the bee hummingbird, named after the bumblebee. That's the smallest bird in the world. I know these things because I've done a lot of research and I'm trying to learn a lot. My political reference point doesn't start and end with Donald Trump. Most stupid boomers, they know nothing. They literally know nothing. So it's like you would think if you know nothing, you wouldn't talk that much. You would think if you know nothing, you wouldn't get mad at other people who know things. But yet they just keep talking and they just keep getting mad at other people. It's like, when are you guys going to learn? And it's not just boomers. There's some younger people like that too. But with Trump, it's like so many people that like Trump, they have no reference for everything that they're referencing is like, he must have a plan. He got rid of the CDC director because he has a plan. He doesn't have a plan to get somebody better than that. The best person couldn't get confirmed because our Senate sold out. And Donald Trump has a million things he's doing right now. He doesn't have the incentive or probably the necessity to back Dave Weldon the same way he backed RFK. He has to get people to like RFK. I guarantee you that RFK would not have got in if he didn't cave on a bunch of topics, but also if Trump didn't have his back and start pressuring politicians to make sure they confirmed him. Donald Trump had to get him confirmed, or at least had to try, because he helped Trump win the election. He's a million times bigger than Dave Weldon. And RFK was instrumental in bringing an audience to Trump to help him win the popular vote. So Trump had every political incentive to get RFK involved. And RFK probably makes sure to cave on a few topics. Dave Weldon doesn't have that much political real estate. He might be better than RFK. I believe that Dave Weldon probably would have been even more ethical than RFK and less of a sellout. And now he's not in. This is not a knock at Donald Trump. I have more intel in order to make these decisions than most people who sit there and say, I like Donald Trump. I trust Donald Trump. Everything Donald Trump is strategic. It is strategic, but it's not always the strategy you think. Like sometimes he does a deal with the pharmaceutical industry because it's easier to do than fighting them. Sometimes he abandons one of his people because it's easier to do than fight with him. It's easier to abandon Matt Gaetz than to fight for him. But here's the thing. Honestly, I would prefer Matt Gaetz than Pam Bondi. But if you want me to be honest, Pam Bondi has more law experience. And also Matt Gaetz is a goofball. Like, I know that they didn't want him there for many reasons. And also he is more honest than Pam Bondi about certain topics. But it's hard to really defend Matt Gaetz because not only does he have a controversy, he's just kind of an idiot. Like, I like Matt Gaetz, but it's like reading his tweets, he's a clown. He's kind of just a clown. And like Trump's just like, it's not worth defending this clown. Like if that clown were a little bit more, it's like, even though I would want him there, I don't even know if I'd waste my time on Matt Gaetz. It's like, he can't even stand up for himself. He flip-flops on all these topics. He's a cornball on some topics. He's ethical on some topics. Like Thomas Massey's 20 times better than Matt Gaetz. He's like a wannabe Massey who just wants attention and fame and stuff. So it's like, I get why Trump abandoned Matt Gaetz. I get it. He stood by Tulsi Gabbard. That's cool. But it's like, it's not a direct knock at Trump for not standing next to Dave Weldon. I get why he didn't do it. I get the strategy behind it, but I just don't like it. And it's a massive L for Make America Healthy Again. It just is. They're going to confirm the Nishwat lady, who's horrible. The Surgeon General of America I don't know if she got confirmed yet. She's terrible. she's as bad as Anthony Fauci. She's literally as bad as Anthony Fauci. And Donald Trump is putting her as the Surgeon General. I guarantee she's not going to get dropped because she's not a threat to the pharmaceutical industry. She's friends with Dr. Peter Hotez, the vaccine guy who's on Joe Rogan. He's a clown. So it's like, this is how our government really works. Trump supporters, if they paid attention, they could actually fix these things. But if they're just like, I don't know, nothing happens, Trump fails, the left gets in, they play catch up, they get a new Trump, that person doesn't do that much. It's like, I'm not asking people to hate Trump. I'm asking them to pay attention so we can actually make progress and use our leverage to get them to do stuff. So it's like, this week was a real eye opener to me, where it's not just that people had a different opinion than me. I don't care. A lot of Trump's new base and younger base is wide awake to this stuff. The boomers, who are most of his base at this point, and they're definitely like the heart, blood, and soul of Trump's base, they love him most, they're completely clueless. They'll never learn. They're going to squander an opportunity. 2 years of a Republican Senate, and they don't want to use their leverage at all. They're like, I have no leverage. I'm a dumb boy and a dumb girl. I sit here, I yell on Facebook, I spell things wrong. I know nothing. I'm just going to yell at people who are trying to help me. I'm just going to yell at people who are trying to tell me to stand up for myself and use our leverage to get Trump to do the right thing. I'm just going to allow the same people who sabotage Trump's term to sabotage his second term, because I believe that it's the same story over and over. So this week, it was hard to even get to this point, because this week I was annoyed so much that I was like, how do I even talk about this? Because there's so much to talk about, and it's so intricate and it's so tangled. If I don't take a few days to really think about it, then I'm just going to be angry or upset. And I'm not angry and I'm not upset. But I was annoyed this whole week, because it's just like, you think you're making so much progress, and maybe we are, but like a huge portion of Trump's base, they just never are going to get it. They're just never going to get it. That's just the truth. It's going to be a time thing. They're permanently stuck this way, and they don't want to hear, have I heard of Jeff Lawton? I have not. Let's go back to when RFK was being nominated in Anomaly's words. This is the greatest thing Donald Trump has done. RFK is the best. Yeah, I mean, that was one of my favorite moments of the Trump administration. And the jury's out, because I would say there's still a couple years. Let's see what RFK is going to do. I told people this, at bare minimum, I think RFK is going to be better than who was there. I think that's still true. I knew RFK was a phony in certain categories. I just didn't think foreign policy was going to leak into domestic policy. But to be fair, I underestimate. This is why people have an issue with Zionist firsters. It's not because they hate Israel. It's just everybody like RFK. He's Zionist firster. He can't even do his job without doing work for Zionist firsters. Like, he has to talk about anti-Semitism at HHS. He's not going to talk about anti-Christianity or anti-whiteism or anti-Islam or anti-Catholics or anti-American, everything for Israel, even the HHS. We can't even get good food. So if you want to say it's an I told you so moment for you, you could say that. I mean, I believe if you go back and listen to some of those, was I excited about it? Absolutely. Did I think it's a huge improvement? Yes. Do I still? Yeah. But that doesn't mean I'm just going to sit there and be like, this is perfect. I'm just going to be like, nah, this is annoying. And hopefully enough people saying that will get them to change. So I don't think I guaranteed 100% success. I just said I was excited about it, but now I'm not excited about it. So, excitement changes. So I don't think anything I said in those RFK videos was really that misleading, though. I just said that I think it's good. I think we should give it some time. And, with a couple weeks, I feel like I was more patient. I told other people I didn't agree with them, but I was going to be more patient. And, I ended up in the same spot they were just 2 weeks later. So I get it. The people that were calling him out during the confirmation, I said that I didn't think it was the right time. However, I wouldn't stop them from doing it, and they have every right to do it. And it turned out to not really matter, because whether he got confirmed or not, he just still kind of caved. So I don't know. I think I was pretty fair about it. If I would have said, I don't want them to say what they're saying, they should shut up, they don't have a right to do it, then I would say, yeah, I was doing a little too much. But I said, I don't agree with those people. I want to give it 2 weeks. They didn't want to give it 2 weeks. So I don't know. if I would have said give it 4 years, then it's a little much. But I think 2 weeks is not that big of a deal. Even with Trump, it's like I could have jumped down Trump's throat the second he won. But I'm like, let me compliment him. Let me give him a couple weeks. Let me give him a couple months. I like to give people time, but it's whatever. I don't care. I don't really care what other people think or say. Someone said if you hate Islam, at least research permaculture. I don't hate any religion personally. I don't know who you're talking to, but I don't hate Judaism. I don't hate Islam. I don't hate Hinduism or Buddhism. I am Christian, but I don't know. I just want to be able to talk about stuff without being called hateful, but it doesn't seem like that's possible. So a lot of people do hate Islam though, especially people that watch Fox News a lot. I mean, the entire media programming is to get Republicans to hate Muslims so they could fund Muslim extremists in countries and convince Republicans they're not. That's like the craziest part about it, where it's like, are there radical elements to Islam? There are. Is every Islamic person that way? I don't think so. But here's the craziest part. And like, it almost sounds like anti-American to say this because it almost sounds like it's not true, but it is. The same news that tells Republicans to hate extremist Muslims provides cover for the United States agencies to fund extremist Muslims in Syria and other countries. But Republicans don't even know that. They're sitting there thinking everybody's extreme, while the idiots and the puppets on Fox News are providing cover for the most extreme Republicans. The most extreme Islamists, or whatever you want to call them, Islamic warriors. And those Islamic warriors that are extreme, that are insane, that are horrible, they're being funded by the U.S. government. Like, that's not even a conspiracy theory. It's like literally how it's provable. The most extreme Muslims are funded as rebel groups by our government. And it's all out there in the press. Yet these Fox News boomer-tards, they can't seem to find these articles. Like, it's like, we hate the extremist Muslims. The people you watch on TV telling you to hate them are providing cover for the groups that they're funding. Like, it's all inversion. It's like, you should hate the extremists, but the people telling you to hate the extremists are covering up the extremists that they're working with. It's like crazy. And like, Republican boomers can't figure it out. Like, what do you do with these people? What do you tell these people that can't figure this stuff out? I dislike that too, but it's like, it's so obvious at this point, but it's not obvious if you listen to like a liar on television or whoever I don't know who these people are listening to. Someone who's telling them otherwise. Someone said Qatar's funding them. I'm not excusing any country for funding an extremist group, but the U.S. government has also funded it. If you say that Qatar funds them, sure. Does Turkey fund some? Sure. Does Israel fund some? Yes. It's like, but I don't, it's like, I'm not going to say that we're not doing it also. I'm not downplaying what other people are doing, but there's something interesting going on in Israel. I'm not 100% familiar on it, but I will talk about it because I know enough to say what I know. So Netanyahu is saying that the Shin Bet or something, I think it's the FBI equivalent of Israel. He's saying that they're trying to basically blackmail him and use blackmail him and say that they're going to leak private stuff if he doesn't do what they want. So there's actually like an internal civil battle going on in Israel. And personally, I don't think you should be called anti-Semitic for agreeing with one side or the other, because there's two different beliefs in Israel. Some people like Netanyahu, some people don't. But in general, Netanyahu's saying that he's being blackmailed by Shin Bet to some extent. I'm guessing, I don't know for sure, but using my knowledge, Haaretz is a publication that reported on the I'm trying to think of what it's called, the Hannibal Directive, where Israel will fire on its own people in order to prevent there from being a hostage situation. When Haaretz reported on that, Netanyahu sanctioned them. So I'm guessing that Haaretz is on board with Shin Bet or whatever. Like, that's just, there's becoming like a little civil battle within Israel. With that being said, there was an article written, I think it was by Jerusalem Post last week. I don't know what side of the little civil battle they're on, but there was an article written by the Jerusalem Post which said that Netanyahu was working with Qatar to fund Hamas. Like, that's what the Jerusalem Post article said. When I posted it, people said I was anti-Semitic, even though it was written by Jewish Israelis from an Israeli media company. Like, I just thought it was an interesting headline, and I wanted to see what people thought about it. But apparently, they just think that everybody's hateful who even mentions it, and I just hate everybody or something. So it didn't get the response that I thought it would, because Republican boomers on Facebook are so brainwashed, mind control, and viciously ridiculous that even posting an Israeli article makes them call you a hater. Like, they're so dumb. Once again, I'm going to roast boomers again because they annoy me this week. Republican boomers are so dumb. Not all of them, but the ones that I'm talking about. It's like watching the Teletubbies, putting an article in front of the screen that makes them think. It makes them poop their pants and throw peas at you like a baby. Like, you're in the way of the Teletubbies. Tinky Winky singing his little song. The boomers want to hear their little song because they're so dumb. And you're in the way of the TV. Get out of the way so I can watch Tinky Winky do his little song and dance. Like, that's literally how dumb they are. Like, I'm like, what do you guys think about this article? Oh, Hamas, you're a terrorist, you're a Jew. Like, that's all they can do. And it's like, you're annoying. You know what I'm saying? I'm a boomer hater. No, I'm just kidding. But it's just like, you guys are so disgustingly stupid. And you just lash out at everybody who puts something in front of your face that isn't like for a toddler. It's like, those little squares they give toddlers? It's like, put the square in the square, put the circle in the circle, put the triangle in the triangle. You give it to a toddler and they play with it for an hour. That's like a boomer. They want like David Harris Jr. or Terrence Williams content that's like equivalent to a baby putting a circle in a circle box, And the boomers just sit there trying to put the circle in the square for an hour. And I'm like, hey, the circle goes in the circle and the square goes in the square and the triangle goes in the triangle. That's why it's taking you 5 days to do this thing. They're like, get out of the way, you terrorist. You're an anti-Semite. Get out of here. Yeah, I'm going to listen to Terrence Williams and David Harris Jr. I'm sure you will, because it's like, they're both nice guys, but it's equivalent to like dumping toilet water in your brain. Like, it's going to lower your IQ just listening to like the most simplistic baby content for the baby boomers and their baby brains. So it's like, but anyway, back to the baby boomers with their baby brains who call everybody names, who puts, shapes in front of their face. Jerusalem Post, an Israeli publication, wrote that Netanyahu worked with Qatar to fund Hamas at some point. That's what they wrote. Is it true? I have no idea. I don't know. I mean, but there is a civil battle going on within Israel. What side do I agree with? You might find this shocking. I don't really care. You know what I'm saying? Like, Netanyahu or their elect, that's for the Israeli people. Whether they like Netanyahu or not, whether they want him out of office via fair election or not, I don't care. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter to me. It's not my election. I'm not trying to overthrow Bashar al-Assad it's like the people of that country can decide who their leader is. So it's like, I'm not, no offense, not that invested in the little battles going on between the Israeli parties right now, but it is interesting. And I know the people on my page have heard the other side a million times. Their brain is filled with 100% of that. So I'm like, let me just post the other articles so they can actually at least like have a critical thought one time in their entire life of the other side of a topic that they've had 50 years of programming of the other side. But they lash out like a baby that is trying to hear Tinky Winky do his little song. It's like, Tinky Winky, Dipsy, Dipsy, la, 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 po, po, Teletubbies, Trumpy Wumpies, say hello. And then you just get out of the way. The theme song's on. You're in the way. Sean Hannity's on TV. Mark Levin's on TV. Fox News is telling me we're beating up those extremist terrorists, but he didn't even tell me that they're funding them in Syria, and that's why the Al-Qaeda guy took over the country. Get out of the way. Tinky Winky's about to do his little... It's like, it gets so mad at you. Trumpy Wumpy's about to really crush. Say hello. And it's like 4 years of success, one Operation Warp Speed. They printed trillions of dollars to inflate your currency. It's always going to be a shocking twist for the boomers that they just don't see. But, it's like, I thought decades of hearing I'm like, maybe they want to see this, where it's like, if you're so mad at Hamas, which you have every right to be, are you mad at the guy who propped them up? Because there's been articles over the last couple of years that say that even Grok. I asked, not to say it's the be all end all, but I would say that Grok, Elon Musk is pro-Israel, and I would say his, I would say his AI is pretty fair. But if I would say anything, I would say it probably has like a pro-Israel bias, but not by much or anything. I said, is there evidence that Bibi Netanyahu propped up Hamas? And I asked AI, and it said, yes, there is evidence that Bibi Netanyahu propped up Hamas because he wanted to make it impossible for a two-state solution. And he basically wanted to control the opposition, or at least have the opposition switched at one point from whoever was there, and wanted, like, it's all right there for the stupid boomers to like figure out. They hate this group, but they love the guy who probably propped them up. And I'm not saying that it's like with the Mujahideen. Do you have to hate Republicans and Democrats who propped up the Mujahideen and then it ended up backfiring? I'm not saying you have to blame them, but it's like, is the guy who propped them up more responsible than the college guy who just protests? Like boomers are more mad at the college guy than the leader that they like that propped them up, or the American politicians that funded Al-Qaeda affiliates in Syria and let a former Al-Qaeda leader like take over the country. Like, boomers just can't see that, right? It's like, it's so obvious. I could talk about it for 5 hours. I'm not going to, but I probably could, because it's the most annoying thing ever. They just lash out at you like poopy butt babies. Like they're literal giant overgrown babies. It's fascinating. It's like the dumbest people with the most to say, and they want to call you names constantly for trying to explain to them, you're calling me a supporter of a group that I don't support, but you don't realize the foreign leader that you support propped them up, and it's literally not even really being debated that heavily. I would say it's being debated in the sense of like, people are like, he did it, but didn't realize they would take over. Or he didn't realize it would get to this point, or he didn't realize that would happen. Like, sure, absolutely. Like it's the same way we funded the Mujahideen sort of, and then they like took over, and then we were like, oh shoot, they're, groups are using weapons that we didn't want them to use. Like, we're not complicit, but like it's part of the story. The average American Republican Zionist is as clueless with the Israel-Palestine history as a Ukrainian, supporting Democrat. It's not to say you can't support Israel. It's not to say you can't want them to have the land. It's not to say you can't even want them to kick out all the Palestinians. I'm not saying you have to want that, but there is a logical explanation for all those things, even if they're messed up to some people. But most baby boomer Republican Zionists know nothing. They know pretty much the same that Democrats know with Ukraine. It's like nothing is real, nothing exists except for this one day where Putin invaded, so he's a terrorist and everybody needs, like, that's all they know. They know nothing about the history. They know nothing about who funded it. They don't know when the election was for Hamas. They don't know how many people voted for it. They don't know that half the population in some of these cities is under 18. They know nothing. They know nothing about the situation. Nothing. No nuance, no information, no historical context, nothing. But they have the most to say and the most names to call you. They'll say you're a supporter of a group that their favorite foreign leader supported, yet it's your fault for noticing. And then they'll project onto you. Republican baby boomers are your best friend when you feed them really dumb content, your worst nightmare when you try to make them understand a fact outside of the Trump atmosphere. Like, it's shockingly odd, I have one of the biggest boomer audiences. It's probably not good for my career even saying this, but I'm just a straight shooter. I'm honest. I'm blunt, Same way I talk about America, same way I talk about white people, same way I talk about Christians, same thing. It's not coming from a place of malice. It's coming from a place of tough love. And come on, we could do better than this. But it's like all this stuff I'm saying, you would think that they never wanted to listen to me, yet they do. 120 million impressions. I know, and this is a little bit mean, but it's funny and kind of true. I know that baby boomers are like babies. So it's like all I have to do, I'm sure I lost followers. I don't even care. But, at the end of the day, I just need to get like a Trumpy Wumpy meme or something and be like, Trumpy Wumpy's a coolie booly. And then I post it. And then, I'll get millions of views, thousands of comments. Like, baby boomers, you just need to feed them Gerber food, which is like just like a basic talking point. I've noticed too that like David Harris Jr. and some of these people, it's like someone says something and they're like, Doge is great. Thank you, Elon Musk. And then another one of them literally copy and paste the same exact phrase, literally word for word. No critical thought, no addition, no originality. They literally copy paste it and then post it to their own text as if they wrote it. And then it gets like 50,000 shares. These people are making a fortune. I'm doing well on Facebook. I know for a fact, and I'm not complaining, but it's like some of these people are making way more money than me because boomers are just like obsessed with stupid content. Like David Harris, Terrence Williams. I like Terrence Williams. No, I have no problem with him. God bless Terrence Williams. David Harris, a little more annoying to me, but I like him too. I appreciate him, but I think he's annoying and cringe. But it's like both of them, they post the most simplistic Trump boomer bait ever. Like it's like void of critical thought and intelligence. 50,000 shares, 20,000. The boomers are, yeah. Like, so I just have to do that again. I'm not going to get as many views, but I just got to do boomer content. And then they'll be like, yeah, Trump's beating up the deep state, It's not that I do that. I also just post news clips. And then like, it's funny because sometimes I don't even have big opinions about certain things. I'm just trying to disseminate the news because I have an audience. So I'm like, okay, I want to show them just all sides. Like sometimes I show them what Bernie Sanders says, what AOC says, what Trump. I'm trying to be a good news aggregate where it's like, okay, I know they probably haven't seen these stories. How do I post these stories so everyone can see like a full scale of what's going on? And it's like the second I post one article that they hate, even if I just say like agree or disagree, not all the time, but sometimes they just freak out where they're like, they can't fathom that I like posted a news article that they don't want to see or don't understand. It's so crazy to me. They're like, get there. Like they want a page that just says Trump good, Trump did this, Trump good. Like it's like why they're so dumb. And it's like, I'm like, here's something that happened outside of that. Here's something for your brain box to like consider. Like, get it away. Get it away. Someone said they want you not to care. They just want me to be dumb and post low IQ bait, but I've never done that. So it's like, I don't know why someone said, do I consider George Floyd a hero for Americans or Africans? Do I consider him a hero? I mean, I don't really want to answer the question because then it could come up in a headline out of context, but do I consider him a I'll say this. Do I consider him a top 50 greatest African leader of all time? No. I think I would put Malcolm X. I'm not the biggest Martin Luther King fan, but it's like I would even say he probably at least said and did a little bit more things that probably made it, I don't know. I would put Marcus Garvey in there, even though they don't teach about him. I mean, dude, I hate to like. I don't want to like. I don't know. I would say I could think of 50 black people that probably are bigger heroes, but I don't know. Is that going to get taken out of context or no? I have to think that like George Floyd was like more important than Malcolm X or something. I don't know. Janet S said I used to like you. All right, Janice S. Janet S. Why do you not like me now? Let's have fun with this. What part of what I said, was it the boomer bashing? Was it an opinion I had? Was it a report? Just let me know because I'm interested. What color is my Tesla? Well, my Tesla was pink, but then I was like, I kind of want it to be periwinkle. No, I don't have a Tesla. I don't like electric cars, but they're cool cars. I like gas. I don't like the whole battery Tesla thing. I think they're very interesting vehicles, but I'm gonna be a gas guzzler. And I said that, and people try to make it into a gay thing. They're like, that's so gay. I was like, gas guzzler is a term that they always use for somebody. Like it's a derogatory term towards someone who likes gas cars, like saying they're guzzling too much gas for the environment. So everything doesn't have to be made into that. But all right, let's see if anyone answered. Let's see. Much more prefer South Park for brain rot material. At least it's amusing. Yeah, but I don't even think South Park is really brain rotting. I think it's also making like interesting political statements. So I wouldn't even consider that a brain rotting show. I think it's a very thoughtful show, to be honest. I love your content. You're informed and give an in-between opinion. What you can call it the good and bad. Thank you, Tina. I appreciate it. Someone said, leave your house, make friends. You're becoming useless now. You think I'm becoming useless because I don't have enough friends? I mean, I could definitely make more friends. Appreciate you trying to help me in my personal life or something, but I don't know. I think the older you get, like it ends up being weird if you have like too many friends. It's like, oh, I got to hang out with my group of 50 friends and drink on Saturday. it's like, yeah, I'm working out, I'm going on a jog. I'm trying to get strong this year. Let me see. Someone said you have to keep your George Floyd comments kosher, Anomaly. It's nothing to do with kosher. It's just the press and not everybody in the black community, but it's just like George Floyd is like a MLK figure to people. So I'm just trying to be careful of my words, because I always think about, like, if they wrote my words on a piece of paper, are people going to freak out at me? That might happen anyway, but it's like, can I say that I don't think George Floyd is a top 50 good leader in the black America? Like, is that, if you can't even say that, then what's the point? But, I think Booker T. Washington was a great black leader. Malcolm X to some extent. I have other people I think were better too that I don't want to have to name drop, because I just don't feel like it coming up in an article, to be honest. But someone said Batman's gay now. I haven't watched new Batman, but is it? It's like Batman Returns, West Hollywood edition. It's like, hey, Robin, come on, get in the Batmobile. He's like, just one more drink. I'm here to watch the drag show. And they're like, come on, Robin, we need to fight crime. He's like, but if the Batmobile's black, isn't that technically racist? Don't we need to make it rainbow and make it, it's like, yeah, that's the new Batman. No, I'm just joking. I don't want to get sued by the Batman industry. That was a joke. That was comedy. The new Batman's totally straight and not gay at all. Unless it is gay, then it is gay. But as far as my knowledge, Batman is straight. They never really talk about him though. Maybe, well, I don't know. I don't watch Batman enough. I was more into like Speed Racer and Pokemon myself. So I was never like a Batman fanatic. I liked, trying to think. I liked Yu-Gi-Oh! At one point, Pokemon, just Nickelodeon. I'm trying to think of the other guy. There was like a bunch of Avenger type people. I forget their names. It's like the Green Lantern and stuff. Those guys were cool. Someone said the story of Adam in Islam is extremely racist. Well, I don't know the story of Adam, but also I don't, the word racist doesn't really like work for me, because it's like everybody, it's the same with like sexism, anti-Semitism. Like most of the time that people are calling someone else that, it's like nowadays they're usually just telling the truth and people are mad at it. So when it comes to like you saying a book of Islam is racist, you're going to have to do more to make me not want to see it. Or like, I don't care because I'm not Islamic, but I'm just saying, like, it's like, what do you mean? Like, did it tell the truth about race and people got mad? Like, I don't know. It's like everything's racist and Islam's racist. It's like, what does that mean? Because now it's like anything race-based is racist. Like you can't even say, like, I used to use this as an example of how ethnicities are different. I used to say black people, dark black, they have a different pigmentation. So it's like, biologically, they could probably sit in the sun longer and not get burnt. If you said race doesn't exist, it's like an Irish person that's pale is like, I'm black. It's like, well, you're actually not. And it's like, I'm not saying you're better or worse. I'm just saying your skin pigmentation is completely different than that guy. So you're going to need a whole different skin regimen if you want to not get burned, probably, or stay out of the sun. Like that's the reality of race. It's like, yes, we're all human and you should respect everybody, but to say that everything race-based is racist is dangerous, because it's just like not true. And it's, it's like, we're all exactly the same. It's like, I guess, but why would you even want to be the same? Don't you want to be unique to some extent? Like, are you exactly the same as every other human? I hope not. I hope you have your own personality, some good qualities, So it's just like it's a nuanced topic, but everyone calls everything racist. And it's like, it's not racist to talk about race. It's not racist to notice differences. It's not racist to want a nation to like have certain characteristics on average. None of these things are really racist. Unless they are racist, then it's like, this is another conversation. Like, what do the words mean? Is all racism is bad? If all racism is bad, then you can't say that things that are true that aren't bad are racist, because now you're saying some things that we call racist are true and some are false. It's like, some are false, but some are true. It's the same with anti-Semitism. It's like you read the anti-Semitism rules, like half of them are just like trying to cover PR for things that people say. It's like, could people say these things in the wrong context? Absolutely. Could they say it in a hateful way? Yes. But is anybody who talks about patterns in banking and media and dual loyalty, does it necessarily mean they hate everybody? No. Is it always false and wrong? No. A lot of the times it's literally true. So now that word also stands for things that are true. This word means you told the truth. This word means you lied. This word means you're being hateful. This word means you're not being hateful, but I just hate that you said it. So now if someone hates that you said the truth in a polite manner, not being hateful, now it's hate speech because they hate that you said it. They project their hate onto you. Now you're hateful because they used the magical word on you. I believe that I am one of the best speakers on this topic. It's a very sensitive topic, so it's not something I want to be the best at because it's just going to get me in trouble. But it's like, I think you put me on a podcast, I'm one of the best speakers explaining race, ethnicity, religion, not diving into people's religion and overstepping what they believe, just the concept of hate speech and how it's weaponized and abused, and these words really just exist to control people. Like, I don't think there's very many people who can explain it as well as me. That's just my opinion. So it's like, but I don't want to really be the forefront of this conversation because then everyone's going to get mad at me, because some people, their entire job is calling people racist. Their entire identity is calling people hateful and anti-Semitic or sexist. So it's like, it's not something I even want to talk about. It's just the reality of the world I live in. So I have to have conversations about it. And throughout all of human history, this wasn't how anything is. Like, if you use the word racist, it's like the entire world was racist for almost all of human history, according to that word. We've been taught that everyone in human history was wrong about almost everything, and we're so right. If we're so right now, why does everybody in America feel like life is worse than it was 10, 20 years ago? Like, are we allowed to identify what's going on and like try to figure out where we went wrong? Because it's like, yeah, not everything was better back then, clearly, but at the same time, it's just like, we're fed this idea. All of human history had it wrong, and we got it, and the liberals got it right over the last 30 years. And Republicans believe this stuff. They're like, I'm not a liberal, but this is progress. It's like, Republicans are feminists, in my opinion. They're literally like liberal feminists LARPing as conservatives. And I'm not acting to have some sort of like, moral high ground, but it's just funny to me where they're like, yeah, the left is going too far, but we need women all in politics and in the workforce, and they make great. It's like, dude, you're just as big of a feminist. I'm not saying they can't work, but it's like, I'm just being honest. It's like, to me, this is all feminism. It's like you're saying all of human history had it wrong. The Bible had it wrong. Classic biology had it wrong. Understanding the difference between sexes had it wrong. And the first and second wave feminism had it right. But the third and fourth phase is wrong. I don't believe that. Sorry. I believe most Republicans are like LGBT activists, maybe not the T, LGB. They're LGBT activists. They're like, I don't care if you get married. I don't care what you do. Okay. I mean, you have a right to think that. And also, I don't care what other people do. I have to focus on myself. I'm not going to run around the world and please everybody. Like, I have my own, it's like, it's up to me. But, I believe that doing certain things leads to certain things. So it's like, do I have to please everybody? No. Do I have to hate them? No. Do I have to be overly judgmental? No. But do I have to agree that this is a better way to do it? Also, no. I also don't believe that. It's like, I'm not trying to do this to women or this to that, but I just don't believe what liberals are selling and what Republicans are tolerating or saying is okay. It's okay, but it's like, it's America's okay too. It's just okay. It's a great country, but it could be better. In my opinion, is New York City a great city? It was a great city. Now it's just okay. Is New Orleans a great city? It's got great infrastructure, but now it's just okay. Is Los Angeles a great city? It's okay. Is Austin a great city? It's all right. Yeah, it's okay. I'm okay with it, but I think Tokyo is a better city than New York City now. I think it's safer. I think it's cleaner. I think it's more enjoyable for everybody there that it's safe and clean. So, I feel like that's just what I think. When it comes to Trump using the power of his police state to go after a protester on a college campus, here's also what I think. If Trump has the authority to impede on a liberal university in a liberal city, right? I'm guessing it's in a liberal city because they're all almost liberal. Does he have the ability to clean up homelessness in Los Angeles? Does he have the ability to police crime? Because in Los Angeles, they're letting criminals off the hook. Like, criminals did a crime. Doesn't Trump, it's like, oh, it's overstepping. He's overstepping now on a college campus for Israel. Okay, sure. But it's like, if he has the power to do that, can he do this in liberal cities? And they'll be like, well, that's for the Democratic politicians to decide. But a liberal city and a liberal, a liberal college and a liberal city, that's not for Democrats to decide, because Democrats have decided one thing and Trump has come in and told Democrats, I'm the federal government, I decided this other thing. I believe it's in our best interest for him to do that, if he was to do it for anything, to do it to clean up the cities. There's no reason New York City can't be clean and safe, and there's no reason Los Angeles can't be clean and safe. They just have weak government and weak policy, that allows people to get away with stuff. I believe if the police state should be used for anything, it should be used to put actual criminals doing violent crime in jail and not letting them walk the streets and cleaning up homeless people. It's like, if you want to be honest, I believe a protester with a green card that doesn't commit a crime has more right to do that than an American citizen just destroying a public park. Like, why do American crackheads have the right to destroy parks? Why do they have the right to just make a public street filthy? If I threw a bunch of shit on a street, they could arrest me or at least give me a fine for littering. But when a crackhead just shits all over the street and throws a bunch of shit on the street in Los Angeles, they just call that homeless. That's not a crime. It's like, it is a crime. They're just allowing these people to commit crimes because they feel bad for them or don't have a solution to fix it. So it's like, I believe Republicans could do a lot more to fix America. They just don't. Why are our airlines such a mess? They're fixing it a little bit, trying to. Why are our airports just terrible compared to like Canada? I went to, like, as much as everyone likes to dunk on Canada, the nicest airport, I haven't traveled that much, but the nicest airport I've ever been was the Vancouver airport. It looked like a museum. It was incredible. It's like, it's by far nicer than any, like, the nicest airport in America that I've been to isn't even close. Every American airport is fake nice. They have money for the infrastructure, but it's just trashed. The employees treat you like crap. Everybody's miserable. There's trash all over the place because, like, they just got a bunch of people who hate our country and just literally like hate everybody just like doing all the work. It's like, I can't even think of a nice airport I've been to in America. They're all trash, even the nice ones. We just built new infrastructures and computers. Oh, you got new computers at the Newark airport. That's so cool. But there's shit everywhere, and all the employees hate everybody and treat everyone like shit and barely do anything. It's like, wow, what a nice airport. It's like, no, these airports suck compared to the rest of the world. Why can't Trump if he can give $200 billion to Ukraine and Israel over the course of 30 years, why can't he build a new airport? The truth that people don't want to come to the conclusion to, the Republicans don't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? They care about Israel, so they do things for Israel. They give money to Ukraine because Ukraine is fighting a war against Europeans, and we're funding the Bolsheviks to get two sides of Europe killed again, just like they did during the Bolshevik Revolution because they got infiltrated. It's like, now in America, they're not building new airports. They're not cleaning up the streets. They're not policing the, liberal cities. They're just going to make the next 4 years about one Palestinian guy at a college campus while they don't use their police power to do anything else actually like good for the cities. Our cities, like, maybe I'm competitive and maybe I want too much, and maybe we'll never get there because we don't have as much of a compliant, we don't have as much of a compliant culture as Japan. But as an American, as somebody who wants to be great, I'm embarrassed of New York City. I'm embarrassed of Los Angeles. Trump should be embarrassed. Gavin Newsom should be embarrassed. None of them are embarrassed. It's like, oh, let's talk about a college campus for 3 months. I don't care. Fix New York City. If you could fix Yale and fix Columbia, you could fix New York City. If you could police this, which is a borderline legal thing, you could police literal illegal activity in New York City. The truth is, nobody gives a shit about us. Trump doesn't give a shit either. It's like they're role playing this hero game and just getting praised for it. It's like, every American should be embarrassed that Tokyo looks the way it does, that certain Chinese cities look the way it does, that Dubai looks the way it does, that certain Eastern Europeans look the way it does, and Western Europe looks like shit, and all the cities are falling apart. It's embarrassing. And it's like, oh, Western civilization is our ally. Yeah, sure. All the Western civilization that's falling apart, the failed civilization, and then we're going to launch war with all the strong, smart Europeans like the Eastern ones. Oh, we're mad at Belarus. We're mad at we're mad at Poland. We're mad at, Russia. It's like, yeah, I'm sure you are. You're mad at all the Europeans that aren't totally pathetic, that you can go visit their country and be safe. Yeah, New York City is like a shithole now. It's like Tokyo's not like, it's embarrassing. Sane Millennial said, you should check out the Tim Dillon podcast episode from yesterday. He mentions Trump's anti-Semitism laws too and questions it all outright. He's not on any side and poses the right questions too. Thank you, Sane Millennial. I like Tim Dillon. I think he's hilarious. And not that it matters, but I believe that Tim Dillon is Jewish. So it's like he's a Jewish American who seems loyal to America. Dude, he's one of the more honest people I've seen on a podcast. So it's like he's just like, yeah, this doesn't really make sense. So, dude, this is what I'm trying to get through in the most friendly way possible to I guess situations like people that are against the protester. They're losing Tim Dillon, who's a Jewish podcaster who's not even right wing. They're losing Theo Vaughn. They're losing Joe Rogan. They're losing Tucker Carlson. They're lost Candace Owens. I don't know what Brett Cooper thinks, but they probably lost her too. It's like they're losing all these major podcasters. When you come to non-political podcasters that are huge, it's like you think of Theo Vaughn, you think of Joe Rogan, you think of Tim Dillon. They're three of the biggest. And it's like they're all not on the side of Republican Zionists. It's like you would think that people are going to listen and be like, let's hear what they're saying. Like I guarantee you that Tim Dillon's not being anti-Semitic, but just the fact that he questioned that, they're probably going to call him anti-Semitic, even though he's Jewish. So you understand what I'm saying? It's like this strategy of just calling everyone anti-Semitic. It's backfiring so tremendously, and all the big podcasts, it makes them want to talk about it more. Like if they weren't policing anti-Semitism on every level, Tim Dillon would never talk about it because he probably doesn't care. Like why would he even care about it? But the more the right tries to push it, the more people talk about it and the more they call him anti-Semitic. They'll be like, why are you talking about RFK and anti-Semitism? Because he tweeted about anti-Semitism at the Health Human Services. I don't want him to tweet about anti-Christianity. I don't want him to tweet about anti-Semitism. I don't want him to tweet about anti-Islam. I don't want him to tweet about anti-Europeanness. I want RFK Jr. to fix the food supply for every American. I don't care what race an American is. Everyone's suffering from the food and drug industry. So as much as maybe I might want to hear him talk about Europeans or America or something, it's like, it's not really his job. And RFK doesn't really overstep that much. So it's like, he's the perfect guy to just do his job. It's like seed oils affect Black and white people and Jews and Christians and Muslims. Like it's a great way to bring us all together. Make America healthy again through RFK, who's not going to talk about race and religion. And he's literally just going to do his job. He can't even do his job. And then when I talk about it, I'm like, look at this. They're like, oh, why are you talking about it? Because he can't stop talking about it. Like, how could you not talk about it? Joe Rogan's talking about it. Theo Vaughn's talking about it. Tim Dillon's talking about it. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, and then the people who get mad at it, then they get mad that they're talking about it. It's a two-way street. It's like I would tell you what would work. If every pro-Zionist, pro-Israel person, regardless of their background, Christian, not Christian, atheist, I don't care. If they said, you know what? We support Israel. We want to support Israel, but we understand the anti-Semitism, hate speech rules are lopsided. We understand why people might not agree with what we're doing with this protester. And if we're going to establish rules to take away someone's green card for it, we need to have a rule for every group and really explain it thoroughly, or else we're just nitpicking certain people and leaving certain people. We have to have a clear-cut rule for people with green cards. If they came to the table and said this, I guarantee you, not everyone would go away, and not every anti-Semite that you perceive, but literally probably over half of the movement would probably be like, okay, that's really all I wanted in the first place. Like Dave Smith would be reasonable. I would be reasonable. Tim Dillon, Theo, literally everybody would be like, yeah, that's all we really wanted the first place. Like Dave Smith is Jewish. You know what I'm saying? He gets anti-Semitic attacks against him. He's a Jew. But it's like he's talking about this not because he hates himself, because he realizes how stupid and bad it is, not just for America, but also for everything. So he's just like, if the pro-Zionist side came to the table and said, listen, we realize these speech rules are lopsided. We realize that they don't really make much sense. It's not fair to police hate speech for one race, one religion, and one group all the time. We're going to stop canceling everybody. We're going to stop trying to get them off of the podcast. We're going to stop banning people from foreign countries. And we're going to make an effort to make sure that everybody has if they came and tried to negotiate with like a fair, reasonable take, I would be like, yeah, that's all I ever wanted. Now I really have no reason to talk about it because there's other important topics to talk about. Our border's wide open. There's other wars, Ukraine. But they don't do that. They like the pro-Zionist side, not all of them, But most of them, they just call everyone anti-Semitic all the time. And the more they call anti-Semitic, and pass anti-Semitism laws, the more the major podcasts like Tim Dillon, Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, Tucker Carlson, the more they want to talk about this topic because it's at the forefront of. So it's crazy how the pro-Zionist Republican side doesn't see how this isn't working. I really, honestly don't fully understand it, but I have no idea. I'm not sure what the goal is or what they're trying to accomplish, but it's like it's losing for the first time in a long time. They're losing the culture battle. And I'm not talking about liberals. It's like, when it comes to like what liberals are doing, that's only like one side of the equation. As far as whether they have a right to protest legally if they can stop breaking the law, sure. If they can't stop breaking the law, there doesn't need to be a new law posted in order to stop them from breaking the law. Like any sort of situation that goes past speech and gets to a point where it's illegal for everybody. You don't need to pass special laws for Jewish people, Judaism, and Israel. It's already illegal for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like every Christian, like in America, then it's like, okay, please stop. If they're passing any sort of special law, anybody that's telling you otherwise is lying to you. They're using that topic to be like, that's why we're doing it. It doesn't need to be done if it breaks the law. If a protest breaks the law, it's not a protest anymore. You can use the police, to break it up if it's already illegal. So it's like everyone using that as an example is lying. Because if it were true, then it's like, okay, let's pass them for Christians. Let's pass them for Muslims. Let's pass them for Buddhists. Let's pass them for atheists. Let's pass them for Europeans. Let's pass it for Black people. But then once you start doing that, you just sound like a liberal. It's like, why are you passing all these weird laws for like DEI laws? It's like, we need to police hate for Black people and we need to police this for white people. It's like at that point, just don't pass it at all because it's like this nitpicky sort of thing. One thing I'll say too is this happened like during Trump's administration. No one paid attention to it. The Republicans drafted up some anti-Semitism legislation to shut up Ilhan Omar, and then they passed it to the left. And the left added all these things to it. It was like, we condemn all hate of anti-Semitism, anti-Native American, anti-Islam, Islamophobia, xenophobia, every word. It had every word, every group, women, every word except for white, Christian, European. Like every group got their word in there. So the right wing said, we're policing anti-Semitism or we're stopping hate speech. The left said, and xenophobia and Islamophobia and feminism and blah, 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 the Native American community, the gays, whatever. They passed it back to the right. Almost all the Republicans signed it, except for Thomas Massie. They all signed it. And then they called Thomas Massie an anti-Semite when he wouldn't sign it. And it's like, it was a speech condemnation, which literally does nothing. They're just wasting time condemning speech, which is ridiculous. But it's like, that's how fake the Republicans are. They do this, just not for your race and your religion, if you're white or Christian. But it's like they'll literally pass a liberal, safe space, Native American, white, like women, gay bill, and not even tell you. And the bill doesn't even do anything because it was condemning speech, so it doesn't even matter. So it's like, this is what Congress is doing. Thomas Massie says no, and they all call him an anti-Semite. Like, this is how dumb the Republican Party is. They're so pro-Israel, they don't even read the bills. They just pass them because they know that they'll get smeared by the press if they don't, and they'll probably not get donor money. So it's like, you don't need to pass all these rules in order to enforce an illegal protest. And it's like, if someone is a threat to, a terror threat, like a real terror threat, then there's ways to get on that. But you can't, if you want to go after terror threats, you can't call everyone a terrorist. If you call everyone a terrorist, then it doesn't work anymore, or the government's just going to do what they did on January 6th, which is treat every Trump supporter like a terrorist because they've made that classification. On that note being said, with the Mahmoud Khalil guy, I find it very interesting that he worked with the British government. I'm just going to say it. He's a Palestinian. He's pro-Palestine. He lived in Great Britain and worked for the British government, and now he's a protester. It's a little weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, the deportation thing is a First Amendment issue that's interesting, but to me, it's all just a little weird. It's like, I'm not saying that this guy's an agent because, he did work for the British government, but it's like, is it a coincidence that this guy who's going to stir up all this controversy, that's going to piss off Zionists, that's going to piss off anti-Zionists, Jews against Zionism are pissed off, Jews for Zionists are pissed off. Like, everybody's pissed off about this. It's like a George Floyd moment where everyone's freaking out at each other, Republicans are using it to pass other legislation. Democrats are using it to do this. Mayors are now not allowing people to screen films. They're going further and further. The whole press is freaking out, and they're lashing out and calling everybody labels. And this guy was a British government guy. It's a little weird. I'm not saying he's a plant, but it's like, that to me should be part of the equation, where it's like, what's the chances that he just so happened to work with a foreign government? And then, like, how many people who work for a foreign government get green cards in America and then just become like protest organizers on college campus? I'm guessing the number's not, it can't be many. Like, isn't that weird? I've never worked for the government, but let's just say I did in another country, and then I moved to another country and started organizing protests in another country after I worked for another. Like, isn't that weird? Isn't that like a weird trajectory? Personally, I agree with the right wingers on this, or a lot of the right wingers, where it's like, if I move to another country, I'm not going to be protesting. That's just, I think that is like common courtesy, really. So I do understand what people are saying there, but it's like, if I move to Italy, I'm not protesting Italian foreign policy. I don't know. I'm probably just not doing that. Like, maybe I'll show up at a protest, but probably not. But especially if you worked for a government and then you move to a foreign country and then you're a protester, now it's just getting really weird. So, it's like certain situations like this, the left gets mad, the right gets mad. I'm trying to be patient, because I wasn't patient at first, and people freaked out at me over the Mahmoud Khalil, assuming I thought all these things I don't assume. Like, I don't know the guy, but at the same time, I'm going to wait for more information to come in, and I'm going to judge the case off of what they charged him for, not what everyone else is saying. And it's like, you understand? It's like they charged him for this, and then everyone's saying this. I'm not dumb enough to just be like, that's why they charged him. That's not why they charged him. If he broke a law and did something illegal and he got charged for it, the government can say, we want to deport this guy, even though he has a green card, because he broke a law. He broke a law, and we don't want him here breaking laws. Okay, that's not what the charge was. They're not even accusing him of breaking a law in the actual file. They're accusing him of aiding and abetting a pro-Hamas protest and handing out pro-Hamas materials. Caroline Leavitt claims that he had a Hamas symbol on a pamphlet. We've never seen it, so we don't know if it's true or not. But then, this is the interesting part to me. It's not to defend or attack this guy. It's like the legal president of this. Like, I listen to Glenn Greenwald, or I follow him, and he's very interesting. He basically says, Glenn Greenwald says, the First Amendment allows you the right to even support like a terrorist organization. That's what he says. Like Al-Qaeda, he's like, the First Amendment doesn't say you can support anybody except for that group we labeled a terrorist, where of course you don't want people in your country supporting Al-Qaeda, obviously. And I don't think you should bring in immigrants who do. But what Glenn Greenwald is saying is like that people used to march with the KKK, and people used to let them protest, because even though most of the place was against it, they said, that's the First Amendment. As long as they're not breaking the law, we can't break a law in order to try to stop them from peacefully protesting, even if we find what they're saying is egregious. Everyone in America used to understand that. Now, if people tried to do that, they would not allow that organization to protest. I don't even think they're even around to protest, but it's like, technically under the First Amendment, that's what the First Amendment says, and everyone understood that. Now it's one of these things where it's like, okay, the U.S. government funded terrorist organizations, but they don't get in trouble. The U.S. now labels anybody that they fight a terrorist organization. So it's like the what they call a terrorist is getting broader and broader and broader. They're taking less and less and less accountability, and the people actually working with the actual terrorist organizations never seem to be getting in trouble. But now, American citizens are being called terrorists. So it's like the slope is very slippery, and no matter what side you're on, you need to really think about this stuff, because, during January 6th, this was their logic of what they were doing during that. And I know how they were harassing people, and they way overextended what they should do based on the same premise. They said, well, people at January 6th committed an insurrection. People at January 6th committed an act of terrorism. Organizers at this protest are now terrorist organizers, even though they might not have known what was going on or even been a part of what was going on. I believe some protesters got charged just for organizing a protest at an event that ended up being an insurrection or an act of terror. So now they say, Every organizer is a terrorist. Every person who entered the building is a terrorist. Even people that got a guided tour is a terrorist. If you were standing on the steps, you're a terrorist. If you went too close to the police, you're a terrorist. If you damage property, we're going to hype up the charges as a terrorist, even though you shouldn't damage property at a government thing. Like, people are idiots for doing that, but you understand what I'm saying? And then it became 6 degrees of separation, where then the FBI said, well, since they're terrorists and they're terrorists and they're terrorist organizers, let us terrorize everybody that's even in the remote, area of the terrorists trying to get information. So they started calling people. So they started bothering people. So they started showing up at people's houses. So they started threatening to show up at people's houses. And this was all done under the same exact logic of like, well, this event happened, so the entire apparatus of Trump supporters is basically like a terror thing. And that's what the Biden administration did. So now you have to understand, with foreign policy, they could do this with Ukraine. Anybody who disagrees with Ukraine and the United States stance on Ukraine is a terrorist, and they deserve to be treated like a terrorist. And anybody that works with that person is affiliated with terrorism. That's what they're doing with Palestine. They're doing the same thing. I'm not saying Hamas is not a terrorist organization. I'm just saying that every Palestinian supporter isn't Hamas. Everybody who has sympathy for Palestine isn't Hamas. Glenn Greenwald isn't Hamas. Tim Dillon's not Hamas. Tucker Carlson's not Hamas. Candace Owens is not Hamas. They're American journalists who have an opinion that you don't agree with on either Palestine, Israel, or Hamas. I don't listen to Candace enough to even know what she's saying. But you understand what I'm saying? It's like they're saying everyone's Hamas, and then they're saying that everyone, that's a terrorist organization. So then anybody that they're falsely labeling as that is now a terrorist. That's what they're doing. It's so obvious. So it's like Mahmoud Khalil is, no offense, the least of my concerns. I know I'm not trying to throw this guy to the wolves or anything, but it's like, a British government guy who came to America and started organizing protests on an American college campus is not my hill to die on, in the sense of like, you're not going to see me with the, liberal organizers outside. However, as an American journalist, I'm going to talk about it accurately. I'm going to talk about it honestly. I'm going to tell you what they're really charging him for versus what Republican media is telling you, because they're not telling the full truth about it. And also, I'm going to say this is a president, which my guess is that it's not going to win in courts. And these anti-Semitism rules, they were always going to end up in a court one way or another. To be honest, I'd rather it be someone than Mahmoud Khalil, because I don't even trust this guy. But it's like he ends up being the guy that is going to make this the big case. But it's like there's a lot of cases that are going to come on, because if they ever try to charge an American citizen like this, they're going to lose the court case, unless the courts are in on it too, which is possible. But you understand, it's like America has the First Amendment. You can't just selectively police for one foreign country. And if you do it for one foreign country, but not every other foreign country, it's probably not going to hold up in court. Like if Trump put out a full organization of this and said, anybody coming to America, these are the guidelines. You have to be pro-America. You can't be leading protests, any protest. You can't be rebel rousing. You can't be causing a ruckus on a college campus for any topic, this and that. And he had a guideline. And then he tried to deport this guy. He'd probably have a better chance to actually win a court case. But instead, the Trump administration has been very sloppy about why they're saying he did it. Their official announcement was not that he broke a law. They said that he engaged in a protest that was Hamas affiliated. Then Caroline Leavitt expounded upon it and said that's why he did it, but also, he had pro-Hamas material at the protest, but they didn't show it yet. So it's like, they kind of just wanted to do this to this guy, had enough evidence, they thought. But to me, if they really wanted it to stick, maybe it will, but they would have thought about it a little more when they enforced it. Because that's just my unprofessional, legal take on this. It's just like, I don't think they thought it through that much, or they just wanted to do it before they really thought to build a good case. But who knows? Laws are selectively enforced now. Sure. And one talking point that I want to bring up again real quick, just so people can think about it, where it's like, if Trump is allowed to overstep in college universities, but he has the legal right because of, a pro-America support or anti-Israel support or terrorist stuff, can Trump and his administration clean the streets of New York City and clean the streets of Los Angeles and make sure that prosecutors are enforcing crime? Because in Orange County, California, there's a huge surge of violent crime, because LA Democratic prosecutors won't prosecute people. And almost everybody who commits a crime that's really bad, that is not normal for Orange County, they're usually from LA County, and they usually have multiple charges. It's a crazy trend, to be honest. Like, you would think it's not always that way, but it is that way. So in general, it's like, can Trump enforce the law in Los Angeles? They're not enforcing the law in Los Angeles, and it's affecting other counties that vote Republican. So it's like, I believe Trump has more of a right to enforce the law in Los Angeles, to enforce the law in New York City, to make America safe, and also to clean up the streets. I don't believe that homeless people have a right to trash the streets. I don't believe I have a right to trash the streets. If I throw trash on the street, I believe I should be charged for littering. If a homeless person does it or a crackhead does it, they should also be charged for littering, or at bare minimum be charged for a crime. So then at bare minimum, they can't just sit there and destroy the neighborhood. I'm not blaming the homeless for everything going wrong, but it's like, there's so many things Trump could do by slightly almost overreaching his power, but using the power that he has, that he's never going to do. And this is the one thing I have to say. If you're pro-Israel and you support Israel and it matters a lot to you, then I understand why you would like this. I understand why Trump's administration would be crashing, and I respect it. But for me, I'm American, right? I don't dislike Israel, but I'm America first. So can you see why I wouldn't want the entire Trump and GOP to put Israel first and do everything for Israel? HHS for Israel, Trump for Israel, Pam Bondi's entire Twitter feed, Israel. The JFK files aren't going to be released, and Epstein files aren't going to be released, but let's get some speech laws for Israel. Let's police college campuses for Israel. It's like, I'd rather Trump overstep for America personally. So it's like, if people want to lie about me and call me an anti-Semite and all these things, obviously I don't like it. I don't appreciate it. And I don't accept the false labels, but it's not going to change my opinion, because I'm not wrong. And I'm not wrong in my thinking to want to prioritize America first. And it's like, the GOP is not doing that. In 4 years, I could already see it. And in 2 years, when the new midterm elections are, or less than 2 years, I can already see it. Cities are still going to be trashed. Cities are still going to suck. Crime is not going to get that much better, because Trump's not really doing anything. And people will say, well, it's not his job to do anything. It's the Democrat city's job. If it's Trump's job to go at a liberal university and go after a green card holder who didn't commit a crime, then it's more his job to go after actual criminals in liberal cities and people who are literally destroying the city with violent crime and filth. Like, that's actually more of his job and more of his wheelhouse than this is. And it's the same with foreign policy. It's like, if Trump can take over Gaza, you know what I'm saying, in a foreign country, and try to build it into some weird strip mall, I don't know if he's really going to do that, but it's like, is New York City less of his problem than Gaza? I understand there's legal logistics to like foreign wars and stuff in America, but it's like, I think New York City is more of Trump's wheelhouse than a foreign country is. So it's like, the GOP will gaslight you. They always have power for things that don't actually matter to Americans that much. Example, it's like, we don't have the power to do this, guys. We're powerless because of the Constitution. Where in the Constitution does it say that you can lock down the country with 15 days to slow the spread? Where in the Constitution does it say you can just print trillions of dollars and try to hide your vote and then try to kick Thomas Massie out of the party for telling the truth about it? Where is this? Where's Operation Warp Speed? Where is it in the Constitution saying that they need a liability shield for big pharma? So it's like, they always overstep their power and become fascists or communists or extremists. When it comes to the pharmaceutical industry, they have no problem overstepping and doing lockdowns. And Trump, to be fair, even though it was the governors, Trump took credit for the lockdowns. He said, I did the lockdowns. That's what Donald Trump said. He said, you could find his tweet if you don't believe me. And he said, the governors are taking credit for the lockdown. They're lying. It's actually Trump who told them to lock down, and it was the federal government's decision. Is he telling the truth? You never know with Trump, because he tells the truth a lot, but he does lie constantly, and he's good at it. But whether he's telling the truth or not, he took credit for the lockdown. So it's like, Republicans will take credit for the lockdowns, but they just can't clean up homelessness. They just can't fix the cities. They can crack down on a liberal university and a liberal college, but just not the streets, not the violent crime. They just can't do that. They can't enforce our actual law, but they have to make up new laws to kick out critics of Israel. Of course, like, this is only going to make more Republicans annoyed, outside of like the old heads that don't get this stuff. It's like, in 2 years, the cities are going to look exactly the same. Democrats have no plan to fix the cities. Republicans have no plan to fix the cities. They're not even thinking about it, because that's outside of their wheelhouse. Yet passing anti-Semitism rules in every state is their wheelhouse, but just cleaning up our cities is not their wheelhouse. It's like, I think Trump is better than Biden, but I could already see the writing on the wall. He's going to do a better job. Not much is going to get done. And then some event's going to happen and Trump's going to use it as an excuse for why he didn't get anything done. I already see it. Someone said, you don't hate. That wasn't for you. I don't even know who you're talking about, but I get it. You're arguing with someone in the comments. Appreciate you guys. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless America. God bless the world. Thank you to anybody who tuned in at any point of this live stream. I really appreciate people listening and considering because, moving forward, we don't live in a perfect world. So my expectations have to be pretty low, but if my podcast starts to do better, like I'm taking it seriously, I'm trying to do better interviews and better videos. So if my podcast starts to get bigger, you have to understand I'm just going to get slandered to the craziest extent. And unfortunately I have to expect it. But, for the last couple of years, I've kind of been purposely not doing that much. Not like I've been running my business and it's been successful, but all attention's not good attention. And it's like the second you get on Joe Rogan, you're going to have tens of thousands of people calling you names. Like they call it Ian Carroll a Nazi. Like Ian Carroll is the furthest thing from a Nazi, but because he got a big opportunity on Joe Rogan's podcast, he's got thousands of right-wing Zionists calling him a Nazi apologist and this and that. And it's like the slander, the defamation, the libel, and just the sheer attacks on you grow when you get all this attention. So it's like, I'm never going to make it stop I'm never going to stop doing what I'm doing out of pressure, but I just want to be ready for the moment because it's like, the better I do, the more that's going to happen. On my own Facebook page, it's my own people that agree with me, people that have the same religion as me, people that have the same politics as me. It's them that are smearing me. It's them that are calling me names. It's them trying to get me in trouble, essentially, with the government by calling me terrorist names when it has nothing to do with me, knowing that the government's cracking down on that. And it's like, not going to compare myself to the Bible because that's not what I'm trying to do, but it's just like, these stories are ancient. And I'm not saying I'm that character because that would be ridiculous, but I'm just saying it's like, there is a lesson in the Bible and in many texts where it's like, your own people hate you sometimes more than your worst enemy. Your own friends, your own followers, your own religion, your own ethnic group, your own people that you're trying to save and help are the ones that are going to stab you in the back the hardest. So it's like moving forward, that's what's going to happen. I already know it's going to happen. It's already happened to some extent. And the more successful and the more opportunities I get, they're just going to do it more. And for the rest of my life now, I knew this 3 years ago. Anytime I get any opportunity, any job, any podcast appearance, Zionist media and Jewish organizations, not all of them, and there's going to be some that are others too, but I'm just being blunt. This is who's writing the articles. It's Zionist media and Jewish organizations. They're going to call me an anti-Semite for the rest of my life. They're going to smear me for the rest of my life. It doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter if it's a Jeopardy appearance. It doesn't matter if it's a podcast where I don't mention Israel once. These people are going to spend the rest of their lives trying to defame me, trying to libel me, trying to lie about me, trying to exaggerate about me, trying to give me false labels, trying to ruin my business, trying to call me names, trying to brainwash boomers to hate me. This is already happening and it will happen for the rest of my life. This is what I have to come to terms with. It doesn't matter what I do. Doesn't matter what I say. This is the reality that I have to live with. This is the reality of newscasting and politics. This is the reality of what these people do to people. This is how they harass them constantly. They do it forever and they never stop. And the second that you notice that they're doing it and you're like, hey, this is not fair, they just call you an anti-Semite and they say you're hating them when in reality, you don't hate them. They just hate you. So you have to, this is what happens to everybody. This is what happens to everybody who even remotely doesn't just completely bow down and say everything that everyone wants them to say. You think Democrats are bad because they are. It's the same, probably worse. It's probably worse on the right. And it's worse because at least if it's left versus right, the right has your back, the left's mad at you, and the right doesn't care. But when it's the right, it's your own people that don't even understand what's going on and they're turning against you. So it's like, anything I ever do in life now, this is what's going to happen. They're not going to hold anti-vaxxer over my head forever. They've probably forgotten about that, even though it's not true. They're not going to hold racist or sexist. None of these things. It's anti-Semitism because Jewish organizations and Zionist media, they hold the longest grudge. They are willing to exaggerate the most because they have the power of the speech rules around the world in their favor. So it's like if they exaggerate about you and they try to ruin your business and you never even tried to say anything wrong, and then you just simply say, wow, this is not fair. they'll then just call you an anti-Semite because there's no word to protect you. There's only a word to protect them. It's like if they hate you and you're like, I don't like this, they'll just call you anti-Semitic because it's anti-Semitic to even notice that it's happening in the first place. And this is the game that they'll play forever with every major person ever. Thomas Massey, nicest guy, doesn't seem to have any sort of grudge against Israel or Jewish people at all. He literally just votes the same way based on a libertarian and constitutional basis. He votes against his own party. Sometimes he even votes against, I wouldn't even say his own interests, but he believes that the Constitution is important to uphold. And in general, the Constitution is more important than what Republicans and Democrats are trying to do. It's the foundation of our country. Even though Thomas Massey does it no matter what it is, no matter what speech rule it is, no matter what foreign aid it is, he has consistent opinions. They've called Thomas Massey an anti-Semite thousands of times. There's left and right-wing Jewish organizations that work around the clock to try to replace him. Donald Trump is turning against him. Donald Trump's donors don't want Thomas Massey there. This is what it's like for a good American person to simply try to do what's best for America. They get called anti-Semitic. There's no way around it. If you prioritize America first, you're going to get called an anti-Semite. Thomas Massey's the best congressman we have. He got called an anti-Semite. Ron Paul is perhaps the best, congressman we've ever had. He got called an anti-Semite. Ben Shapiro slandered him constantly as an anti-Semite. Donald Trump, pro-Israel, passes anti-Semitism speech laws, does everything he can for Israel, very, very supportive of Israel. They call Donald Trump an anti-Semite. Elon Musk is pro-Israel. He's friends with Netanyahu. They called Elon Musk an anti-Semite, and they used anti-Semitism to try to crack down on Elon Musk's platform. Democrats are currently calling him a Nazi. Well, it's like, this is the reality. This is how do people not see this stuff? It's like, name somebody that you guys like, and I'll tell you 50 articles where they smear them as an anti-Semite. Yet Republicans think the solution is to push more anti-Semitism policing and push more legislation into law, when it's literally backfired against Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and literally everyone ever that has ever done anything good in this country. It's so obvious, but it's like, I'm just letting people know. It's like, I'm never going to let it hinder what I'm doing. But at the same time, this is like, I don't have to think like, oh, I do this, the left's going to get mad. Sure, they're always going to get mad. I'm prepared. It's whatever. Like, that's to be expected. But at the same time, the left is kind of losing the culture war. I don't really hear that much from them. Nobody cares about the left anymore, And the same thing's going to happen to the right that's lying about this too, because it's just the natural trajectory of things. But it's like, in general, it's like, this is the number one thing used to silence people. This is the number one thing used to pressure people. This is the number one thing used to shut down people's business. This is the number one thing to slander any good American, Ron Paul, Thomas Massey, myself, anybody. So, people just need to be aware of that. Mandy Westcott said, I think freedom of religion will be our downfall. Centuries of countries fighting over religion, and all of them are here now because we have freedom of religion. Thanks for all you do. I appreciate you. I'll say this before I end the podcast, because I believe in freedom of religion and I hear what you're saying, but I don't think the rules and laws and American history on freedom of religion is our downfall, but other things are our downfall. So it's like, personally, everybody, even though there was freedom of religion, everybody knew that they weren't just going to take people from all over the world. It was like unthinkable, especially before the Hart-Celler Act and before that. It was unthinkable to just bring everyone from anywhere. Like, no one even thought that way. So I don't even think they thought to write laws naming that, because it was just like common sense. They didn't need to write it on a piece of paper. Once they started bringing everyone from everywhere, it's like, yeah, that ended up definitely being our downfall. Me personally, though, where I can agree with you in some ways, but I slightly disagree. I'm not saying you're wrong, because I don't know for sure. I don't think it's the freedom of religion. It's just the lopsided things that we've done, where it's like, you can come to America and have free religion, but that doesn't mean everybody has to be here. Every religion has to be here all the time. And I think that taking the Bible out of the schools, like, that was like, separation of church and state. Me personally, I don't agree with that. Maybe that's falling under the same category of you, and I do agree, but separation of church and state, they replaced the religion that created our republic. They replaced the religion that our Constitution was based on, our laws were based on, our morality was based on. Everything was based around Christianity, even though they believed in the freedom of religion. And then they replaced it with leftism. They replaced it with atheism. They replaced it with this new religion of climate change. And like, so it's like they didn't take religion out of the schools. They just replaced the religion that kept America afloat with a fake new left-wing religion that destroyed America. So, you know, I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to like just disagree with you to be, you probably agree with everything I'm saying, but it's like, I think there's a way we could have had the rules of freedom of religion without just importing every religion and also taking our religion out of everything. You know, I think we could have had freedom if we would have done the right moves, but you combine the, you know, freedom of religion with the freedom to just import everybody, the freedom to keep the border open, the freedom not to understand demographics and understand it's like, if 90% of the country is Christian, it's going to be a Christian country. If 50% of the country is Christian and you import it with 30% who hate Christianity, like the laws are going to change. The morality is going to change. Like that's just the reality of the situation. So I hear what you're saying. I could reference a lot of bills and laws that went against that, but it's like, I still think the freedom of religion is good. It's just, you know, you want to understand who you're bringing into the country, not just like open the floodgates. It's like, it's not going to work for sure if you do that. So I don't know if I even disagreed with you, but that's my take about it. Appreciate you guys. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless America. God bless the world. Had a lot to say, been thinking about it for a while. So thanks. This is probably going to be the last, I always say this, but this is probably going to be the last mega podcast like this. I got a lot of changes coming up. They're going to be done next week. I know I've been pushing it down the road, but I'm going to have better filming, hopefully better editing, and I'm trying something new. As much as I like doing these live streams, and I'll still do some once in a while, I don't know. I almost want to do stuff that's not as serious. Like, it's not like I want to give up, but I don't like being stressed out. I don't like arguing with people. And it's not that I'm going to stop what I'm thinking, because I never will, but unless I'm proven wrong. But it's like, I want to do content that's fun, that's interesting, that's educational and informing, but, you know, maybe more fun, because it's like every time something happens, then everyone's just like, he's got to talk about that. He's got to talk. Like, I'll talk about it, sure, but it's like I do want to find some other fun things to talk about, because it's like this is not necessarily the most fun thing for me to talk about. So I want to have fun. Everyone wants to have fun, but you know, I'm figuring it out. But you're going to see the quality go up, and we'll see what happens. I'm gonna test after this next week. When you see the better camera, the new setup, like everything, I'm gonna have a sign behind me. You're gonna be able to tell that it's way more professional on every level. Give me a couple of weeks. I'm going to try, see what works, see what doesn't, see what I like. And then eventually I'll have a more stable flow of content, but I want to try a few different things first to see what kind of sticks, or to see what people like, what I like. So thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good day. I'll be back soon. Hey, what's going on, my friends? Just a few ways to stay in touch and support if you'd like to. The first way is dreamrare.com. We have blue beanies, black beanies, pink hats, other colored hats, freedom versus tyranny shirts, stay blessed long sleeve, God is great long sleeve, and lots of more cool items coming soon. Dreamrare.com. Check out the shop to support. Everything's made in the United States. Handpicked by me. Patreon.com/raretalk. For $5 a month, you can help support me, support the show. If you haven't noticed, unlike other channels, I don't work with very many sponsors, sometimes none at all. And part of the way I'm able to do that is with the dreamrare.com shop and patreon.com/raretalk. So thank you guys for keeping this show free, unimpeded, uninterrupted. I'm forever grateful. My free email list is stayintouchwithme.com.